A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. It was with great happiness in her heart that Molly saw Sammy go off on a picnic with Sylvia and Dr. Cater. The emotional tangle in which Sammy and Sylvia find themselves is now in the capable hands of Christopher Cater, psychologist. The aim of the treatment is to free Sammy from Sylvia and Sylvia from Sammy. And we discovered that Dr. Cater may have succeeded too well, for Sylvia announced yesterday over the lunch basket that she was in love with the doctor. Meanwhile, a long summer afternoon has dragged on and away, and the Goldberg family is sitting down to dinner.
Jay, close it down. Did you call Papa? Mm-hmm. So come down. Sit down at the table. Did you tell Miss Allison supper is pending?
I'll call her.
Are you worried? Why should I worry?
Because Sammy isn't back yet.
Oh, I'm not worried.
I'd like to know what they're talking about on that picnic.
What they have to talk about.
Can't be much of a picnic for Sammy.
Whatever it is, it's going to be good for him.
That's very naive, Ma.
Huh?
Yes, it's very naive.
Hey.
I mean, you're too trusting, Ma.
Too trusting? How, Rosalie?
After all, Ma, Dr. Cater is no magician.
I'm not trusting him because he's a magician.
I mean, if Sammy and Sylvia want to feel the way they do, no one can stop them.
Dr. Cater can.
That's childish.
Again, something.
I didn't mean anything. I mean that you're like a lot of people who don't know anything about a subject, and you have too much faith in those who say they do.
Oh.
Mama darling.
So?
Now you're angry.
Oh, I'm not angry.
I only meant, Ma, that you shouldn't expect too much.
Jay?
Yes.
Mr. Allison coming down?
No. He's got a splitting headache.
Oh, my. Splitting headache? And does he want something?
No. What time do you think Sylvia and Sammy will be home?
Momentarily.
You said momentarily at 5 o'clock.
Well, the sun don't set till late lately, so they're staying out until dark, I suppose.
I suppose.
Don't get nervous, Alex. Why should you be nervous? We'll wait for Allison before we eat.
All right. Here's my envelope, Molly.
Yes.
Figure out what you want to do with the money this week and give me the rest.
All right.
I want to go down to the bank early tomorrow to get a defense pound.
Oh. Well, this week I thought I would buy some curtain goods because the bedroom windows look very musty.
Is that very important?
Well,
I'll leave it. It's too late.
Well, then we'll wait with the shingling of the barn also, then?
Listen, Molly. Why do we want to put a new roof on the barn?
To protect what's inside?
Well, this is a better way to protect not only what's inside the barn, but what's inside the house and inside our heart.
So here, darling, I'll just take what I essentially need for my essentials, and you take the rest. Yes.
All right. Well, everything would be wonderful if only Sammy would...
It's all right, Jack. Everything will be all right. Sammy will be all right. You're hungry, Jack, darling, so you can start. Start to eat your liver, Jack, dear.
Who can eat who?
Try. You'll feel better. Rosalie, dear, pass the bread to Papa.
When, Molly, when? When will my home be as heretofore? When?
It will be, Jack.
Hey, Molly, I came to one conclusion.
Yes.
The best pleasure we will ever have from our children, we already had.
You think so?
Yes, I think so. Indeed, I think so. This is all too much for me, Molly. Too much.
What did you think, Jack? Children were like an insurance policy. You get paid up and then you just sit back and you collect. No, darling.
It's a lifetime, huh? With no dividends.
No unearned dividends, Jack. You only take out what you put in.
When did I fail with Sammy? When? Why am I reaping such bitter oats? Why?
Who said you failed, Jack?
Does anyone have to say? Can't I see? My son is out for a wonderful picnic today. And with who? A girl who tried to destroy him, and a mental doctor who is trying to cure him. And if that is failure, then what's success?
It happens to anyone, Jake. Anyone like Sammy, because Sammy has a heart. A stone, Jake. He never has trouble with his conscience.
Tell me, Hood, I was a stone now, and not Jacob Goldberg, a father.
But Jake is not a stone, and he eats without pleasure as his thoughts keep wandering to Sammy and Sammy's future. It is Sammy's future that Dr. Cater is now talking about as he sits with Sammy on the great rise of hills that overlooks Glastonbury Village. Sylvia surprised them both when she said she couldn't marry Sammy because she loved Dr. Cater. The surprise of this statement transformed the whole tone of the afternoon and still lingers over the conversation, although Sylvia herself is down at the spring washing the picnic as she reports.
I don't know now, Sammy, whether my picnic is a great success or a great failure.
I guess it all depends on what you expected.
I expected to drive home tonight with two young people who would be friends, about to separate.
At least Sylvia and I are separated. She doesn't want to marry me.
You say that as if your whole life had to be changed.
Doesn't it?
The change would have occurred if the ending had been different. It all depends on what you expect out of life.
Two of the things I didn't expect, Dr. Cater, were that the girl I wanted to marry would cheat me, fool me, finally try to kill me. And the other was that after all was forgiven and understood, turn around and fall in love with someone else.
She doesn't love me.
She said she did.
She doesn't.
What makes you think so?
The fact that I'm a psychologist?
Oh.
Are you trying to laugh, Sammy?
And what you said was real funny.
Why?
You think just because you know why Sylvia fell in love with you, just because patients do with their doctors in cases like this, you think the love isn't real. You can be in love for a million reasons. And each time, what comes out is the real thing.
You could talk like an old Don Juan, and you're not 21 yet.
I am an old Don Juan. I've never had any success with anyone.
Even though this is the first one?
I'd like to say the last.
But you know you shouldn't.
I know I can't. Sylvia's in love with you, Dr. Cater. It may be part of her treatment, but it's happening.
Oh, no. No, Sammy. Sylvia said that for one reason only. She now knows that she shouldn't marry you. She knows that you may still like her. She wants you to forget. Ergo, she says she loves someone else. That I'm the only someone else around. In fact, you're the one who put the idea into her mind the other night when you accused me of making her fall in love with me as part of the cure.
Perhaps you didn't intend it.
Not only didn't I intend it, but it didn't happen.
A great doctor can be awfully dull when it comes to his own case.
You don't get the full measure of Sylvia, Sammy. She could be a fine woman if we dug out that disease of her past and exposed it to sunlight.
We're not talking about the past now.
What she said this afternoon was said for you, Sammy.
You mean she made a great sacrifice?
No. No, she merely tried to help you.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe she wants to help you?
Whether she does or not, Dr. Cater, I have been helped. I have a wonderful desire to run back home into my house. And look at the people who have always been decent and honest with me. I want to feel that atmosphere again. The cleanness of it. I want to breathe it again. Oh, I think I've been helped. But I think you need help now because Sylvia's actually truly in love with you.
I think you're misjudging her.
And I think that shrewd as you are, sensitive as you are, experienced and intelligent as you are, Dr. Cater, you've rushed in where all the other angels fear to tread.
No. Where is that?
You should know.
Into the rather ramshackle paradise of Sylvia's heart?
Yes. Putting Dr. Cater in his own place has given Sammy a new lift. But the question remains, what did Sylvia's confession really mean?
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hi, Ethelbert. Why the grin? Well, Casey, tomorrow's Halloween, and I keep thinking of old Lem Peabody.
Why him?
Old Lem could think up more tricks for Halloween. Nobody could beat him. He was famous for his tricks.
Well, I suppose that's one way to get famous. To do something better than anyone else.
Oh, you're so right, Casey. And you know, when you make something better than anyone else, you become famous, too. And that's why Anchor Hocking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Great-Grandfather's Rent Receipt. The Blue Note Cafe, the night before Halloween. Strange, that's tonight. In honor of the event, the long mirror behind the bar has been more or less tastefully decorated with the decorations used last year and for a number of Halloweens before that. And Casey, regarding them critically...
Ethelbert, why don't you ever get some new decorations in this place?
Yes, and those witches look awful tired.
I know, Casey. I told the boss, but he said the only guys who'd be critical of our old Halloween decorations were a few of our old customers who always owed us money anyway, so...
Boy, did I step into that one like a dope.
Why, Casey, you know I'd never dream of hinting. But if you got $28.40 in your pocket...
All right, here's 20. Let the 840 ride, and give me a receipt.
A receipt?
Uh-huh.
Since when ain't you trusted me?
I always take receipts.
You never asked me for one before.
You didn't let me finish. I always take receipts for dough paid out just before Halloween.
Just before?
It's been an old family custom, Ethelbert. Ever since my great-grandfather's terrible experience.
What was that?
Well, maybe I'd better let sleeping ghosts lie.
Sleeping ghosts, did you say?
Yeah. Great-grandfather's experience was with a supernatural.
Uh-oh. I think we've stepped into something, Ethelbert.
Is it scary?
It scared my great-grandfather plenty. Like to hear about it?
You're set to tell it anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, we're listening.
Well, to begin with, great-grandfather was a Casey, and the Caseys were Irish.
Now he tells us, Ethelbert.
My great-grandfather Casey, whose first name was Patrick, by the way, was a young guy when this happened. And by his own admission, he was one of the laziest lugs in County Cork.
Oh, so you get it from him.
I'd ignore that. But like all of us Caseys, he had a lot of talent and personality.
We ignore that.
Well, he was a fine fiddle player, but all the girls around were crazy about him, especially Molly McBride, to whom he'd become engaged. Well, one fine October day in Ireland nearly 100 years ago, the two of them were on their way to pay the rent.
Patrick, will you get up off that log and stop your fiddling?
Ah, now, Molly, darling.
How can you delay so when what we have to do is so important for us both? By noon, you promised to pay Sir Timothy the rent you owe him. Dark night will be upon us before you reach his lordship's door.
Ah, the old man won't mind. Sir Tim dotes on me, Molly. Why, when I served under him in the army, Pat, my boy, he used to say, Pat, my boy.
Give me that fiddle.
Here, now, let go, Molly, you'll break it.
Patrick, last night when me father, against his better judgment, lent you the farm rent you owe Sir Timothy, 'twas faithful you promised him you'd settle down to work and stop idling with your tunes.
That is a promise I'm keeping from the day you and me are married, on the day after All Saints' Day.
Oh, so you're putting off keeping it. Patrick Casey, unless you make up your mind and turn over a new leaf this very second, there'll be no marriage between you and me.
I promise. Sure, I swear it.
Then let's be on our way to his lordship.
We start this very instant after you give me a kiss.
No, that's wasting time.
Kissing you is never wasting time.
Now let me go, Pat. Let me go.
Ah, no, darling.
Oh, Patrick, 'tis so much stronger you are than I am.
Ah, I love you, Lana.
you really are going to settle down. You'll no longer be just procrastinating Pat, the lazy fiddle player, as folks call you. I so want you to be known as Mr. Patrick Casey, the ambitious businessman.
'Tis that I am right now, Molly.
Then let's be on our way to Sir Tim's.
'Tis like the wind I'll go there, but first let's have another kiss.
No.
Just one, Molly.
No, I tell you, Patrick, no. Oh, Patrick. 'Tis so much stronger you are than I am.
That's the kind of a guy my great-grandfather was when he was young. And that's the kind of a gal Molly McBride was.
Well, I hope she finally bent that fiddle over his head, Kate.
She didn't, Annie. Great-grandfather got what was coming to him another way.
Go on, tell us.
Well, Ethelbert, the two of them got to the landlord's house about 5 or 6 hours late. This landlord was a tough old character, and the rent owed him was long overdue. And outside his door, Pat had an attack of cold feet.
Molly, I've been thinking. Poor Sir Timothy's a very sick man, and we shouldn't disturb him so late in the evening. Now, let's come back in the morning and...
Patrick, no. It's not a second longer. I'll let you procrastinate.
Here, now, don't pull that bell cord, Molly.
If you're going to take me as your bride on the day after All Saints' Day, Pat Casey, it's a house you've got to have for me to live in. And there'll be no house unless your rent is paid. Have you still the money that my father lent you?
It's safe inside my pocket.
Now, when you pay it to Sir Timothy, mind you get a receipt for it.
A receipt?
Well, 'tis a businessman I'm making of you, Pat. You get a receipt.
Oh, darling, you don't understand.
No, I don't. Someone's unlocking of the door.
It'll be old Michael Feely, his lordship's body servant. And another hard, rough man. He was once a sergeant over me.
So 'tis you, Pat Casey. You're late. Get you inside here.
Yes, sir. Come on, Molly.
Here he is, your lordship.
At last you stand before me.
Good evening, your lordship.
Good evening, you bid me. When at noon you said you'd be here. Come close to this chair I'm chained to with me sickness, and I'll twist your lying throat.
Stay where you are, Pat.
Yeah, I will, Molly.
Blood and bones. He's brought a woman with him for protection.
He did no such thing. As a responsible tenant of your lordship, he brought me here to introduce me. Do it, Pat.
Sir Timothy O'Hare, this is Molly McBride, my future wife.
You are the future wife of procrastinating Pat?
I am going to marry Mr. Patrick Casey on the day past All Saints' Day, your lordship.
Mr. Patrick Casey? Oh, me fat size. Me condolences, young woman, and me heartfelt pity. But future wife or no wife, Pat, I want the money you're owing for a full term's rent. And since you can't pay, as I knew you couldn't, I'm going to wring your neck.
Lordship, I have the money for you.
Huh?
Here, look. It's in this bag.
Oh, Michael Feely. Bring me brandy quick.
For the full term, your lordship. I borrowed it to pay you with.
Oh, borrowed it, yeah. That explains everything. For a moment, I thought you'd gone to work and earned it. Give me the money, Pat, and may the Lord help its lender.
Me father lent this money, sir.
Your father? And sure, you mustn't take a word I've said in earnest.
See, I told you this man dotes on me. Molly, we'd best be going now.
Not till you get your rent receipt.
Molly, I beg you.
'Tis a matter of business. The man might die and we'd have naught to show.
Sir Tim will never die. Because heaven won't have his likes, and the devil will be fair to take him in.
What are you two whispering to yourselves about?
Please, your lordship, for the rent Patrick's paid you, we want a receipt.
A receipt?
No, your lordship.
Yes, your lordship.
You got his regard to Miss Tustin O'Hare.
No, sir. But just the same, we want a receipt.
Brains and bones. All right, young woman. You shall have it. You've picked a carding for yourself who knows what she wants and gets it. And a seat she wants for procrastinating, Pat. And she's going to marry the ninny.
The master has a poor weak heart, Pat. You should take shame for yourself making him laugh like that. Your lordship, what's the matter?
Pat, he slumped over in his chair.
Michael Feely.
Meeting a master, Sir Timothy.
He's dead.
Dead?
Ah. I was mistaken about the devil. He wasn't afraid to take his lordship.
Pat, we didn't get our receipt.
Oh, well. It's all right, Molly. The silver we paid is here to prove our claim.
Where is the silver?
He laid it beside him on the table.
Well, it's not there now.
Molly! The money's gone!
And it was a great mystery where the money had gone to. My great-grandfather and his fiancée searched everywhere.
Did they search that servant case?
No, Ethelbert. But there was to be later proof that Michael Feely didn't take the bag of silver.
Well, tell us what happened next.
I'm going to, Annie. You know, 100 years ago, you couldn't just pick up a telephone and call in help when death occurred. So they laid the old man out decently in his bed, and Pat was putting off going for a priest and the undertaker, while Molly worried, and Michael Feely sat grief-stricken in a chair.
We've no receipt to show you ever paid that money, Pat. When Sir Tim's son John takes over the estate, he can hold you for the whole term's rent again.
Why, he can do no such thing, Molly. Not when there's Michael Feely to testify that he saw us pay it.
I'll testify if I'm able, Pat.
If he's able, he says, Pat. Mind you don't start him laughing himself to death.
I can't realize me dear old master's gone. Pat, do you really think the devil took him, as you said a while ago?
Well, as one who knew Sir Tim's character, Michael, in both war and peace, I hardly think the blessed saints would want the man.
Wherever he's gone, he's all alone. I'm all alone after being his friend and servant 40 years.
Pat, where do you suppose our rent money went to?
To my mind, the solution of that is very simple, Molly. Knowing how his lordship loved money, I think he took the silver with him. Sure, and it'll be entirely melted by now.
But you shouldn't be talking to the dead this way. Whatever else you may say of him, Sir Tim was a man. And now I shall hear him not call me Michael Feely no more. Michael Feely.
Michael Feely! Michael Feely!
Patrick!
Molly!
Michael Feely! Michael Feely!
'Tis the voice of me master. I'm coming, Sir Tim. Old Michael has come to join you.
Stop him, Pat. He's our only witness.
Here, Michael, wait, come back.
I'm here, your lordship. Again. We together again.
Here, Michael. Michael. Here, now stand up, man, and speak to me. Ah, Molly.
He's not...
Yes. The man's dead.
Oh. Now we've got nothing to show for the rent. What are we going to do?
Our story will continue in just a moment. America is literally a land of milk and honey, and thousands of American beekeepers are producing just about the best honey on earth, straining it and bringing it to your table in convenient crystal-clear glass jars. These jars of liquid sunshine range from a pale, pale gold to a deep, rich amber, and each is packed with energy, quick energy, safe energy. Keep a jar of honey on your breakfast table always, and serve honey with hot breads of all kinds. You'll find that honey adds an exciting note to the most everyday menu, and there are dozens of uses for honey. Honey is wonderful to sweeten cakes and cookies. Honey is delicious on cereals, and it adds new zest to beverages. Strained honey comes to you today in crystal-clear glass containers, for glass highlights honey's brilliant color, lets you see at a glance its clarity and purity. Clean, sanitary glass brings this liquid energy to your table untouched by any foreign flavor. And, of course, glass jars are easy and safe to open. Anchor glass containers and easy-to-open anchor caps, so widely used by the packers of honey, are products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
The ghost of that old Sir Timothy called the servant, huh, Kate?
My great-grandfather said there could be no mistake about the voice, Ethelbert.
Huh?
It was Sir Timothy O'Hare, and he was dead.
Gee, Then the servant died too.
Definitely and completely.
Which left your ancestor in quite a tough spot.
And the spot got tougher, Annie. John O'Hare, Sir Tim's son and heir to his estate, was a lot different from his father. He was one of those cold, fishy, holier-than-thou birds. And the old man had despised him. Naturally, he demanded the past due rent on Pat's farm. And when he was told...
I swear I paid the rent, Sir John, just like we've said.
But you have no receipt.
We had a witness.
And like my honoured father, that witness is dead. Enough of this farce. Patrick Casey, at terms rent you owe. If you do not pay, I turn you off your farm.
Oh, we meant to be married on the day after All Saints' Day.
Better for you, Molly McBride, that such misfortune be averted. Casey, tomorrow is All Saints' Day, and I want my money then, or out you go.
I can't borrow the money twice, sir.
I care not how often you borrow it. I ask only that you pay it once. You traduce my father's holy memory when you say you gave him that of which he left no trace behind.
Well, how could he leave a trace, sir, when his master took him off so sudden?
What do you mean by his master?
The devil, of course, sir, who took both man and silver.
You dare insult the sacred memory of my parent. Holy, pious man who was now with his heaven's angels. Patrick Casey, I gave you till All Saints' Day to pay the money that you're owing. Now I won't accept the money. Instead, you must bring proof of the vicious scandal you've just mouthed. And when you don't, I'll not only turn you from your farm, I'll have you jailed for slander.
Oh, Patrick.
Oh, Molly.
It seemed to great-grandfather that he didn't have a possible out after that one. He took Molly to her home, and that night on Halloween, the two of them sat on her doorstep while he played the hopeless thoughts he was thinking of.
Don't say any more sad tunes, Pat. Put your fiddle down.
All right, Molly. There's a fine mess of things I've made.
Is there nothing that we can do?
Well, you heard the young lord. Tomorrow I must produce proof.
That you paid his father money.
And that his father took it with him to where I think he went.
'Tis a difficult assignment.
'Tis a tremendous assignment.
You'd have to die yourself to get such proof.
Molly, do you insinuate that if I died, I'd be thrown into association with the likes of Sir Tim?
Oh, no, the Lord forbid.
No, if I could only meet the devil here, in a personal, friendly way.
Patrick Casey.
Molly.
'Tis me father calling from inside.
Molly, leave that good for nothing and come into the house.
Your father don't like me since I lost the money that he lent.
Molly!
I must go in. I love you, Pat.
And I love you. Good night, darling.
Good night, Pat.
Sure, and a cold doorstep is soon the only place I'd have to rest. Well, come, Fiddle. After tomorrow, it'll be you and me wandering in the cold, hard world alone. Tomorrow, come All Saints' Day, Molly'll be lost to me forever. Could I have another chance, I'd mend my ways. I'd even go to hell for another chance.
Would you, now?
What?
Procrastinating, Pat.
His lordship's voice. His laugh.
Michael Feely. Michael Feely.
Yes, my lord. It's both of them speaking from the dead.
Michael Feely, fetch that lazy scoundrel down here.
That I will, Sir Tim. Where are you? I can't see you. No, I see you now, Michael Feely. Your ghostly form.
Come back to his lordship.
No, now go away.
If you fear, stay where you are. If you dare for the chance you wish but now, then come.
You mean for Molly?
Aye.
Sure, and it's dreaming I am, but lead on.
You have not far to go. The door lies here.
Door? It's but a hole in the ground.
It will close like a door once you enter. Do you dare?
For Molly?
Aye, Sir Tim waits below with your rent receipt.
Lead on, man. I follow.
First lay down your fiddle. It must be left here.
The fiddle?
'Tis wood and very dry.
Oh. I get your implication. Stay here, unscorched fiddle. Now lead on quick, Michael, before I change my mind.
Come.
I come. The earth is closed above me here. Let me
You asked admittance, Patrick. Now you stay a while.
Well, you have the silver I paid you, and my rent receipt. Now, you're going to give me one or the other, so I can wed Molly on the day after all said.
Stop!
Oh, excuse me, sir, for my social error. Here I know one should not mention saying.
No!
Oh, sure, I'm completely mortified at my own bad manners. But now, Sir Tim, will you please hand me that silver or my rent receipt, and I prefer the last name.
Not yet, Pat. Nothing for nothing is the rule we live by here. If something you want, then something you must do to earn it.
For what you hold, I'll do anything at all.
You're the fiddler, boy. Will you play us a tune?
It'll be a pleasure of the finest. But above, Sir Michael Feely, had me leave my fiddle.
Yeah, because here we have a special one for you to play.
Here it is, Pat. Ah! 'Tis one of metal that glows with white hot heat.
You can leave this place as you came in, a worthless vagabond, or you can leave with self-respect and win the calling that you love. Which fiddle will you play? The one you left outside, or this one here?
For Molly, you'll give me that rent receipt?
Or the silver to prove your tale to the fool who is my son. I advise you the seat. 'Tis asbestos. The silver has been here over long to ever cool.
I'll play your white-hot fiddle, sir.
Yeah, Michael Feely. Place in his hand.
Aye, sir.
Now play a jig tune, Pat.
Oh.
And do not skimp it.
No.
Every note, and dot, and bar.
Oh.
Play from beginning to the finish, and earn your right to live and love.
Great-grandfather didn't remember the details of what happened right after that. But next morning, on All Saints' Day, the sexton found him lying in the churchyard in a peculiar place and in a peculiar condition. He ran to tell Molly McBride, and she lost no time in coming back with him.
Speak to me, Patrick. 'Tis me, your Molly.
His eyelid fluttered open then. The man's coming to.
Oh, thank heaven. He lives.
How come he to be lying on old Sir Tim O'Hare's grave?
Oh, look at his poor hands. They're burned to the bone.
Yet he's clutching something in them, something white.
Second chance.
He's speaking.
Tell me you're all right, Pat. Tell me.
Molly, darling.
Oh, Patrick.
I'm a cushla, Lan.
Oh, even now, Pat, you're so much stronger than me. Why are you lying here? And what happened to your poor hands?
Oh, my hands. Molly, what day is it?
All Saints' Day, Pat. Tomorrow's our wedding day that was to be.
This is to be, you mean. Lead me to Sir John.
What do you mean, Pat?
Soon you'll know, for yonder Sir John rides.
Run, Patrick. This is your last day of grace. Run and hide before he has you jailed.
Sure, and I'll not run from that man.
There's the thing upon we want. Whoa! Barney, Column, seize that worthless scamp for me.
No!
Touch me not, I warn you all. Here, Sir John, is your parents' rent receipt.
Pat!
What stuff is this? But do you go at morning? You said you had none from his hand.
That was a day ago at morning. Do you know your father's writing?
Holy saints, his very scrawl. But yesterday it stated.
It was made last night, to be exact. Eve of All Saints' Day.
When came you by this?
Perhaps, Sir John, for your family's honour, it is a matter we should discuss in private.
Yes. Everybody step aside.
Not I. You'll have no discussions, Patrick, that I don't know about.
Perish the thought, darling. Now, your lordship, that we're all alone, the three of us together, you'll know this receipt is writ on unburnable material.
It is in my father's hand. Dated since his death.
I see that you've drawn your own conclusions.
Patrick, where on earth did you get that writing?
Nowhere on earth, my darling. Well, your lordship, is this the proof you demand?
Patrick, my friend, if you'll just give me that receipt, we'll let the matter drop.
To preserve the reputation of your sainted father, I'd be glad to let you have it, sir. But this receipt is all I have to show that I paid my rent.
I'll give you another gladly.
Well, now, I have a fancy for this one.
I'll give you a receipt for 2 years, Pat.
No, now I'm thinking that the signature of a dead man on asbestos will be worth much more than that to autograph collectors.
We'll say 5 years free rent, and the money you borrowed I'll pay back myself.
Pat, Take it quick.
Hold your horses, Molly. I am thinking, Sir John, that the bride I take tomorrow should have a fine wedding trousseau.
That too I'll give.
And a wedding trip, the two of us, would like across the seas to America.
It's yours. And I'll throw in a personal gift to boot, Pat. I'll buy you a fine fiddle.
That you won't. From the feel of my hands, I never want to see a fiddle more. But all else is a bargain, your lordship.
Bring that that paper to the manor, and we'll put it all in writing. Goodbye to you now, and blessings on your wedding.
Oh, Pat. 5 years, free rent, a bridal trousseau, and a trip to America. Kiss me, my darling.
Would you have me waste time before I get the deal in writing? I am now Mr. Patrick Casey, the ambitious businessman.
Oh, Patrick, I don't like you this way.
Oh, and don't you know? Come to me, Molly, my darling. You know, your way. 'Tis much stronger you are than I am.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Our government asks us to save food to help relieve starvation abroad. Now, there are more ways than one to save food. You can use less, or you can use food to better advantage. So here's a suggestion. Serve more oven-baked dishes. Delicious, nourishing baked dishes can be prepared from the less expensive cuts of meat or from leftovers. And your family will enjoy these big, steaming casserole dishes, particularly when they come to the table warm, fragrant, and appetizing in beautiful pale blue Fire King oven glass. Fire King oven glass is amazingly easy to clean, amazingly sturdy. Now, you'll find Fire King oven glass at 5 and 10 cent stores, department stores, and other stores selling household glass. Fire King prices are amazingly low, and every piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
great-great-grandfather married Molly McBride on the day after All Saints' Day, huh, kid?
Yes, Ethelbert. And when they came to America on their wedding trip, they liked the place so well they stayed there.
Eventually contributing one press photographer to their adopted country.
And a very good press photographer, Annie, if I may say so myself.
You can't win with this guy, Miss Williams.
Now, I've discovered that, Ethelbert. Casey,
Huh?
there's a gorgeous moon tonight.
It's a real harvest moon, Annie. You like to drive home the long way?
Oh, if I didn't. Sure, it's much stronger you are than I am.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Is directed by John Deeks. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Pat was played by Carl Swenson, and Molly by Kathy McGregor. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Girl Scout Week. The Girl Scouts believe, and rightly so, that better citizens build a better world. Tonight, Anchor Hocking gladly salutes more than 1 million girls from 7 to 17 and their leaders who are part of this splendid movement, making a real contribution to peace through understanding and friendship. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
5-3 in service, starting mileage 2962, 2962. Officers Perkins and Hurd. Tour duty 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the night watch.
Check 5-3, 6:08 p.m. starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, and I'm the police recorder riding with this detective unit. The sounds you're listening to are authentic. And you're going to ride with us tonight and listen as the cases unfold. Now, I want you to remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 5-3 on patrol and your police recorder, Don Reed.
It's 6:12 p.m., and we're westbound on Jefferson Boulevard. Well, it's been raining most of the day. However, it's let up right now, but the streets are still pretty slick. Now, we're on an investigation involving the theft of a large quantity of explosives that the day watch detectives have been working on. Can you fill me in a little bit on this, Sergeant?
Well, Don, one of the powder houses in the studio was broken into and burglarized this afternoon. And whoever pulled the job brought some of the stuff in the middle of the park and set it off. That's where we got our first lead.
I see. And right now?
Well, the day detectives have come up with the names of some pretty good suspects. Most of them are juveniles. We're going to over and check one of them out now.
Yeah. Well, how about these explosives, Sergeant? Are they dangerous?
Let's put it this way, Don. They aren't fireworks. We want 1216, Don. Can you see it over there? What's that address over there?
That's 1240, 1232, 1218. This is it right over here, Sergeant.
Okay.
Getting dark. And overhead, a large stratoliner is coming in through a very overcast sky. You probably can hear it. And coming out to meet us now, at the front door is a young fellow. I believe he's the one we're interested in talking to. Sergeant Perkins is identifying us now as police officers and requesting to see his mother. The boy appears to be highly nervous. This apparently is his mother coming right now.
We want to talk to your son up at the station.
What for?
Well, I'd like to talk to you separately, if I may. I can explain the situation first, rather than talk in front of everybody.
Have you done anything?
No.
Not a thing?
Not a thing.
You want to wait out in the car, son, just a minute, Lois?
Girls, go to the kitchen. Tell your father to come in here. Tell me you've done anything.
Well, we can tell you a little bit something about it.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Perkins, police station.
How is?
This is Don Reed.
How do you do, sir?
I see you. Situation is that we haven't talked to your son at all, but there were some explosives taken out of one of the motion picture studios, and your son was known to have set off a homemade bomb over here in the park, and supposedly some of the explosives are still missing.
Oh, no.
Now, I don't know whether he was involved in the burglary or not, but I do know he knows something about where the explosives. Well, as I say, we're not accusing him of the actual burglary, but we are interested in trying to find out where the rest of these explosives are before somebody gets hurt. This one that was set off at the park over here, there's 4 or 5 small children around.
And you sure you set one off?
Yes, ma'am. We have about 3 witnesses to that effect. So we'd like to take him up there and talk to him a little bit.
Well, talk to him here now before he goes.
I'm afraid he'll have to go to the station with us now.
You think he's in it?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I wouldn't be down here if I didn't.
Oh, no. Let me just ask him if he's done anything.
I don't want you to talk to him, please, ma'am. Just...
Let me ask him if he's done anything.
You want to come up to the station with us, we'd be perfectly happy to have you, but I can't have you questioning him at the present time.
Well, I'll be up there in
Okay. So, try to tell your wife not to worry anymore if she possibly can. We don't want to upset her any more than we possibly can.
Yeah, okay, I'll be up there.
Okay, sir.
The suspect is being taken out to our police car, so we'll return to headquarters and pick the investigation up there.
Well, I'll tell you the list.
We're in the interrogation room of the Detective Bureau. and Sergeant Perkins is reading the list of the missing explosives to the young suspect. Incidentally, he appears to be just a bit worried. Now, let's see what he has to say when the sergeant finishes reading this list.
1 inch by 9 inch.
What,
Tell me what happened. What
we were just climbing over the fence to play around and all of that. And we saw this red building in there, and it says explosives on it. So they took 2 big bars and just opened up the door.
How old are you, son?
15.
15? How much trouble have you been in before?
All kinds of it.
What, for instance?
Robbery.
Burglary, that was, wasn't it?
Burglary.
Hardware store?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
And I can't remember. There's all kinds of little things.
Well, now, son,
in a stolen car, someone else.
Well, son, don't you think that in the past cases that you've had with our department here that you've been given pretty much of a break?
I know it.
I think it's getting to a point where we can't have any confidence in you. How do you get along at home?
I don't.
What's your problem there?
I don't like my dad.
Why?
Because he don't like to do nothing I like to do. Every time he comes home, he's always arguing at me, so I just don't pay attention to him anymore.
Well, how do you think it'd be possible for you to get along with your father?
I don't know.
You think that there's anything in particular that he could do to help the situation?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's anything that you could do to help it?
Yeah, if I leave.
Where would you go?
I don't know.
Well, son, we're going to book you on this charge. Then I'm going to call your mother and father and have them come back and see what can be worked out on this. But we can't have you continue the same training, because if you do, then we're going to have to put you in an institution. And I don't think there's an institution in the world that is half as good as your home.
About 30 minutes have passed. The parents of the juvenile suspect are just arriving in the office, and Sergeant Perkins is going to advise them now of the results of the investigation.
Now, one thing, your son was very cooperative, which we appreciate. But I think that in addition to this particular trouble that he's in, that there is a home problem. I think he has a feeling that, he says he doesn't like you, sir. And he has a feeling that you don't like him.
The reason probably why he don't like me, I'll tell you. See, I don't approve of these kids, these 15 and 16-year-old kids with these hot rods coming there and picking him up. And I run him away every time I get a chance to. And he's been wanting a car, and I flatly refuse to buy it. Which I think I am right.
Well, I agree with you that some of his associates are not the proper ones.
That's right.
And I think that one of the things that we will insist upon ourselves here, among others, will be that his associates are the proper type.
But we can't keep them away. It seems like the ones that he should associate with, they just come there like flies. No matter what we do, we can't keep them away.
And the older boys, they're 18 and 19 years old with these cars, and I don't approve of it. Mm-hmm. And I run them off, and that makes him mad.
Well, possibly his going to a school where he would be away and have a chance to meet some pretty nice fellows of his own age.
That's right.
And then come home on weekends. Maybe that'd be the answer to it.
That's what I think would be the answer to it.
Here's the thing. We're tickled to death and just as willing as we possibly can to help you work out the problem. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're not here so much to put these kids in jail or send them down to juvenile hall. We want to get them squared away and straightened out, because they're going to be the future citizens. There's no getting around it.
Putting the blame on me is not going to be the answer either.
I'm not putting the blame on you. I just told you that I didn't want him to associate with them characters, and I don't.
Well, then it's up to you to pick his associates.
Well, I'm not buying him a hot rod.
No, look.
It's up to you to then take his places, employ his mind, do something.
Here, let me explain something to you.
Something wrong someplace.
Well, there's no sense everybody getting upset about this. I mean, the thing has happened. Now we want to get it squared away. He said that you never wanted to do anything that he wanted to do.
It isn't that he really hates his father. He says he likes him, but he says Daddy doesn't like me. I mean, there's something wrong there someplace. He's always telling me.
Yeah, Daddy don't like him, and he gets in trouble.
I think the thing now is to try to get him to be aware of the fact that he's going to have to earn his right to have various things.
That is the solution to it.
Possibly in the next few days you could find out something about a school, and I'd like to have you come back to the Juvenile Bureau, if you would, next Wednesday night at our juvenile hearings. And I know this much. I know that I've got the boy's confidence in the fact that I think he's really going to try. And if we're willing to help him, you people and the police department, I think we can solve the problem. I think we can lick it. If we go out here and make a good citizen out of it, we've done our job.
That's right.
If we have to put him in jail later, in prison, we haven't done it. We've failed.
Well, one suspect is checked out and has admitted his participation in the theft of these explosives. And now we're following the second lead. We're at the home now of the second suspect.
Hello. From the police department.
I just got the call from
His mother is inviting us in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Walking now as I'm speaking. Through the front room. Into the young fellow's room. There he is, lying in bed. His face and arms are covered with cuts and bruises. Apparently he's been in an accident. He has a diathermy lamp going. I can hear the hum clear over here. Let's move right on in.
We're taken out of the studio.
Pardon?
I'd like to know what you know about the explosives that was taken out of the building in back of one of the studios.
Nothing.
Well, we know that you do know something about it.
Explosives stuff? I don't know nothing about it.
Well, I think you know what I'm talking about. Let's not quibble about what it is. You know about going into the powder room at the studios. And do you want me to tell you exactly what you did and how you did it, or do you want to tell me?
Oh, I know we got some, but we didn't.
How did you get in?
Well, that door there in the front.
You just pushed the door open?
Yeah, because I come running over there, and they said, look at this stuff, so.
Well, so far, you're not telling us all of the truth.
And then we went in there.
Let's tell the whole truth, son. The door was broken open. You're the one that did it.
I didn't break the door.
Well, who did? Which one did?
Well, no kidding. If I tell on him, it's pretty shaking.
What was the object of breaking into the building? You know it's illegal, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You know it's a felony, don't you?
No.
Burglary is a felony. So it's going to be...
I'd just like to ask you one thing.
Sure.
How'd you find out about it?
You were seen by about 3 different people down at the park.
All right. When it happened, we weren't even going to take the stuff. And then when we brought it down there, we weren't even going to... We wouldn't have shot it off, but you know how it happened?
Oh.
The one boy was lighting a cigarette, and it went in this box, and it lit on fire, so we decided to use the rest of it. And it blew up all in his face, and his whole face it just got all covered up. And so then we decided just to shoot up the rest of it. Heck, it happened. We were going to just leave it down there and shoot it. We were going to save it for the 4th of July if we could. And then we decided just to shoot it off, and we shot it off.
You have to learn everything the hard way, don't you?
Your son, because of his injury, this accident he just had, we're not going to take into custody, but we will leave him in your custody. And if he's able to, we'd like to have him report in Wednesday night at the juvenile hearings. In the meantime...
Well, that wraps up part 2 of the missing explosives. Sergeant Perkins is saying goodnight, so let's head on back to our police car.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Doggone it. I got my feet wet getting into the car.
Rain's really coming down now.
Yeah. How about those explosives, Sergeant? Can we account for them all?
Part of it. Tomorrow the day detectives will follow up and be sure we can account for all of them.
It's a funny deal. What do you think?
I think it's too bad those kids didn't think.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people you hear are not actors, and every voice, every sound is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll give you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of The Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Car 5-3 and to police recorder Don Reed.
All units, attention all units, be on the lookout for the following stolen car. 1954 Nash, maroon in color, 2-door sedan. License in the 8 column, 5 Nora 73850. That's 5 Nora 73850. Stolen car.
Did you get that on the hot sheet? Yeah, I got it. Glad I brought my raincoat tonight.
153 at 1609 Britton Place. That's 1609 Britton Place. Man assaulting a woman. The call is code 2. Car 5-1, assist 5-3 on this call.
5-3, roger. Well, Time should be right around the corner, shouldn't it, sir?
Yeah.
Well, we're supposed to roll code 2. That's using red light on this call, but since we're a detective unit, we carry the red lens in the glove compartment. We'll be there before we get it on anyway. Looking ahead, a woman standing on the sidewalk facing the other way. Now she's spotted us and turning around. Her getting into the curb. Second young lady, probably her daughter, coming up to put her arms around her. She's outside right now, despite the fact there's light rain beginning to fall. Well, let's get over there and check this out with the sergeant.
He left in the car. I have his car license. That's all I have.
What happened?
Well, they can tell you better than I can. She's my daughter.
Is she?
Well, really, they were just quarreling. I mean, he's been drinking wine. He's drank a whole quart
Who is
of
that
wine.
now?
My stepfather.
I see.
And we were all having a discussion in there, and so she wanted some more beer. So my stepfather and I went to get it, and he didn't want to get it. He kept telling me all the time that she was no good, and why did he need beer, and all this sort of stuff. And so I told him, well, don't get the beer. Let's just go back home. So anyway, we came back home, and we didn't have the beer, so she went to get it with him. So he's drunk. He can't even walk. He cussed me So out. she went and got vile names while we was on our way, and I got the beer and came home. And then we went into the little bedroom in there, and he wouldn't let me through. She asked him real nice. She said, just please let me go in the other room. Just let me alone. So he just grabbed her by the head and knocked her on the floor and broke the mirror and pulled the hair out of her head and spilled beer all over the bed and threw it in her face, and I don't know what all. He's been picked up before on the same thing. He's been down to the police station before. He just goes insane when he drinks. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He's capable of killing anybody.
No, it's the uniform car here. Just a minute. Pulling in the district patrol car. Sergeant Perkins is going to brief the officers on the situation.
White beating. Threw on the floor of the trailer. He's drunk. He's taken off.
This is the one here.
So you want to handle this?
And he just got me by the hair of the head, and he's choked me before. And if it hadn't been for him, I don't know if he would have killed her. And he's just nasty when he's drinking, and I've had to call the police before. It's a terrible thing, but I did, and he was taken down.
Come back tonight?
I don't think so, because I think he knew I was going to call you, and I think that's why he left.
Sober up and leave you alone?
If he sobers up, he will. But he's just insane when he gets to drinking. I've tried to get him not to drink that wine. He just keeps drinking. He drank a whole quart tonight. And he just gets crazy. I got a whole bunch of hair in there. He pulled out of my head if you'd like to see it.
Have you ever filed a complaint against him before?
Yes, once before. But he just gets mad at me for no reason, and he just starts to kill me. He even said he'll kill me. And he might do it. He would do it tonight, I guess. All that furniture in there smashed up. He's rammed his hands through everything in there. And everything. It's just...
Do you want to sign a complaint against him?
Well, the only thing I wanted you to do is take him down in jail until he sobers up. Since he's not here, why, there's no point going in further, I guess.
Well, you think you could call us in time if he did come back tonight?
Oh, yes, I think so. I'll get my daughter to call. How could I call when he's in there choking you to death? Well, you could call while he's doing it. Yeah, and time I get back, you could be dead.
Well, if he comes back, is to give us a call, and we'll come right down.
Okay, well, I appreciate it if you come.
Well, here's the situation. The suspect who committed the assault has apparently left the area. His wife and daughter are somewhat reluctant to sign a complaint, and yet they're afraid that he'll return and possibly continue the assault. So Sergeant Perkins is instructing the crew of the district car to check periodically. And if he doesn't return tonight, these instructions will be passed on to the morning watch. Consequently, when the suspect does come back, he'll be picked up and brought in for questioning. Well, did I leave anything out, Sergeant?
No, that about covers it.
Okay. Let's get on back into our car once again.
Flight 3 to 1. Unit 5-1 will handle the follow-up. Flight 3 clear.
Roger, 5-3.
It's getting late in the evening, and the possibility of rain I mentioned earlier is here now. In fact, it's coming down pretty hard. Well, we've been cruising through the alleys and checking on open establishments, an all-night market, several liquor stores. And now we're parked on the side street with our lights out, keeping an eye on a 24-hour gas station.
All units in the vicinity and and cars 52 and 53. At Will Turn and Santa Drive, a woman screaming. 52, Roger.
5310-4.
Taking off now. Rolling out second gear. You probably can hear a tick, tick, tick. That's our windshield wipers. They're making sharp turn. That flick you heard was our red light going on. A woman screaming, that's the only information that we have. We're moving out very rapidly, and as I started to say, as we started to make that sharp turn, it's raining quite heavily here tonight. The streets are extremely slick, and the car has to be handled with a great deal of care as we move along Washington Boulevard. Our windshield wipers are cleaning off the rain as it hammers into our windshield, and in just a matter of approximately a few seconds, we'll arrive at the location. Watching ahead now, assist in any way we can. Those were water holes that we heard. You probably can hear the water splashing beneath the side of the car as we're rolling down Washington Boulevard. Slowing down, coming into the area. Check that street. No soap. Looking directly ahead, there's one of our cars. Our other units that are answering this call, they're coming in from the opposite direction. There they go, swinging off beside us. We're making a U-turn in the middle of the street. Following number 2 car.
What unit was it that had a call?
I don't, 5-2, I believe.
5-3 to 5-2. Have you located anything?
No, we're looking around, I know.
Right across the street, Sergeant. Out of the car now. Rain is coming down now. It's beating down pretty hard as we're crossing this parking lot and heading toward a house, stepping over mud puddles. Up under a tree. Get out of the rain momentarily and check, see what our officers are doing. They're spread out. Officer Ellis and Edwards are taking one part of the house. See Sergeant Perkins over here in the back. Let's get over here. We've got it. Here it is. Crossing this little last stretch here in the rain. Across that puddle. And up at the front porch, looking across, there's a young lady, 2 young ladies and a man standing in their night clothes. Let's get in out of the rain and see what the trouble is.
Yeah, we were both in the bed, and first thing I knew, she was standing up in the bed, and I looked right there and said, that guy. You know, my pants were laying right there. What I saw him do, he had the pants like this, and he just was taking off. So I just took off after him.
I was asleep. He woke me up.
Moving over in the corner for a moment. The victim here is so nervous and out of breath, it's difficult for the officers to obtain any information. But briefly, the situation is this, as I see it. A burglar slipped into their bedroom while he and his wife were asleep and was going through his trousers when his wife woke up and screamed. Subsequently, this man here chased the burglar but lost him in the darkness. Now, that's where we came into the picture.
Well, you wake me up as far as that's concerned.
You come right into the house?
Yeah.
Was the door open and locked?
It was locked.
The door was locked.
So I ran after him all the way. After a while, I was getting on him, and he started to take those little alleys. But there I got kind of scared. He might, right in the corner, he may stop and hit me right.
Can you give us a description of the fellow?
Well, he was about your height.
About 6 foot? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
what was he wearing?
He had a soft hat. He had a jacket.
What kind of a jacket? Color, did you notice?
Well,
was dark.
Dark as a light jacket?
The jacket was lighter than his pants.
Sport coat?
That's all I can tell you.
Did you still have your pants?
Yeah.
Were you the young lady that screamed?
No, she screamed. I lived next door. I'm her sister-in-law. See, and I heard her scream. She was yelling for my husband. My husband went out after the guy, too, but he was barefoot. And...
Well, we'll get out and look around the area, and there'll be a uniform car here, another one to take a report from you on it. They'll be here in a few minutes. We'll get out and see what we can find for you.
Well, out once again in the rain. Wet and slushy out here. Let's hustle on back to our police car. Inside? Well, at least we're Out of the rain, anyway. We've been cruising the area now for about 20 minutes. So far, no luck.
Let's swing over toward the tracks. Take a look over there.
Okay. Gee, I sure could go for a cup of coffee.
Control all units. Cancel the want on the suspect in the 459 at Wiltern and Santa Drive. Suspect in custody.
Hey, how about that? Somebody got our prowler.
All units
Found the Unit 5-2.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Well, if this were the movies, we'd have got him. But anyway, we tried.
You have been listening to an actual investigation of a prowler call recorded as it happened. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case heard tonight of the juveniles stealing explosives, a quick investigation was ordered by the Detective Bureau because of grave danger of injury involved should a large portion of these explosives be set off at one time. Fortunately for all concerned, the officers picked up the boys that night, and the following day our detectives recovered the remainder of the explosives. As to the disposition, the boys and their parents were directed to appear at an informal hearing at the Juvenile Bureau prior to filing a petition into juvenile court. In the incident where our officers responded to a call regarding a man abusing his wife, a periodic check of the home was made to be sure that no further abuse would take place. In the last case in which a man broke into a private home, he was recognized from the broadcast description by a passing police unit less than half hour later and was booked for violation of 459 of the Penal Code, which is burglary, the maximum penalty of which is 15 years in the state's prison. My department is cooperating in bringing you the on-the-spot action of Night Watch so that you may learn firsthand the real problems facing your police officers and the efforts being exerted to maintain public security. If through this program we're able to drive this home to the nation, then our efforts shall be well rewarded in bringing you the Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Dr.
Wait a minute. What's all the excitement about?
Oh, it's you, Johnny.
That's right, Greg. Guess you realize you woke me up.
It's all right. If it is, it's the only thing that's all right. Greg, I've got something to talk to you about. Couldn't it wait until we're at the airport this afternoon? Seems to me you're my co-pilot on the Center City flight, aren't you? That's right. Only I'm doing you a favor by not talking about this where anybody else can hear. I want you to keep away from Sue Gordon. Oh, you do? Well, what do you know about that? Don't kid about it, Greg. You're only giving her a run around and she's taking you seriously. And you don't like your girl taking me seriously. Selfish, aren't you? I wouldn't mind if she meant anything to you, but she's too nice a kid for you to be... Look, Johnny, I'll see Sue. And she'll see me. Just as often as we like. There isn't a thing you can do to stop that. Understand? Not a thing. Oh, no? I don't like the way you said that. Well, I've got something to say you're going to like even less. If you don't stop seeing Sue, a certain party is going to learn about you and that certain party's what? What certain party? You want names? Yeah. Okay, you'll get them. The woman's name is Sylvia Crane. Oh? And her husband is Millard Crane. How do you know about Sylvia and me? I made it my business to find out. And I can make it my business to keep quiet about it, too. If you keep away from Sue.
We're going to be a very swell crew when we fly this afternoon, aren't we? My co-pilot is ready to cut my throat over the hostess on the ship.
Never mind about what happens when we get in the plane. What happens from now on is what I want to know.
I'll think it over, Johnny boy. I'll scram out of here while I take a shower and get dressed. I think we can make a deal about the Sylvia Crane situation.
Good enough. I don't want to hurt her. All I want to do is keep you from hurting Sue.
I know. You said that before. Goodbye, Johnny. I'll see you at the airport.
Yeah.
Seems to me that maybe Sylvia ought to know something about this. Yeah. Certainly thinks she should.
Darling, I'll pack the other things I need myself.
I'm going to miss you, dear.
No, darling, I'll be back tonight. Get in the plane in an hour. Be at Center City in 2. I'll be back for you now. But I like the idea of you missing me. It's good for my ego.
If you knew how much I miss you, you'd never be able to get your hat on.
Ooh, that reminds me. One hat. Oh, in the closet there, please.
Sure. Hope you close the deal, darling.
Won't be any trouble.
I still don't see why you don't send one of your men. What they're for, isn't it? Here's your hat.
Thank you. Yes, I have salesmen and good ones. This is one thing I'm going to take care of myself. All by myself.
Hurry back, darling. And please take care of yourself.
Oh, I will, Sylvia. Don't worry about that. And I'm not only going to take care of myself. I'm going to take care of somebody else, too.
Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at Gate 7. Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at Gate 7.
Hello.
Hope you have room for one more on this plane.
Certainly, sir. Just take any seat at all. I'm Sue Gordon. I'll be your hostess on this trip.
How do you do? My name is Crane.
Go right in, Mr. Crane. I think you'll find most of the other passengers already aboard. We're about to take off.
Yes, I see the pilot and co-pilot coming now. Thank you, Miss Gordon. I'll see you on the flight.
Righto, Mr. Crane. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, sweet. Customers all on board?
Practically a full house.
Me, Sue?
Of course, Greg. How are you?
Leave her alone, Greg. I warned you about bothering Sue, didn't I?
She's the only one who knows whether to bother or not, Johnny.
She knows. Believe me, she knows.
I like the way she said that.
Come on, Johnny. Let's get this plane started. Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Sue.
Do that, Johnny, please.
Duck ahead, Wilfred.
Don't worry about me. You're going to have enough trouble looking out for yourself.
Come on in. Tell me all about it, lad.
What's going to scare big bad me? Skip it. Let's get the plane warmed up.
Thanks for telling me my business. Go ahead with the checking.
After night engine, gas electric valve set.
Check.
Control tabs.
Set.
Mixture control.
Idle up.
Props.
Low pitch.
Gyros, altimeters.
Set.
Battery switch.
On.
Hold it.
Thing held, boy. Thing held.
Okay. Ignition switch.
On. Here we go with engine number 1. Fire like a kid. Engine number 2. On. Spike 22 to control tower. Pilot, Spike 22 to control tower. Engine leaking badly. What do you want us to do? Over.
Control tower to Flight 22. Inform passengers there will be delay while we transfer them to another ship. Inform passengers they will be transferred and the flight will be delayed for an hour. That is all.
Oh, Johnny, my boy, cut the engine. I'm sure the girlfriend relayed our little information to the customers, will you? Tell them we're leaving in an hour.
Okay, Greg. Only I wouldn't be so sure that all of us were going to be leaving in an hour.
What I want to know is this, Miss Deering. Are you happy in your work?
In my work? Yes, Vance, I'm very happy. A job with the greatest private investigator in the country? Who wouldn't be happy?
You'll forgive me for momentarily reveling in that compliment and secondarily questioning the sincerity of it. Your face sort of belies that happiness.
You said you might call me last night, Vance. What happened? Did Markham call you about a murder?
No such good luck, Miss Deering. I haven't seen the district attorney in days. Seems that I became involved at dinner over a discussion concerning the merits of modern as against medieval architecture. Quite interesting.
So interesting that you forgot all about the fact that I was waiting for your call.
You didn't wait too long. You went to the movies, and not later than 9 o'clock.
Who told you?
Nobody. There's a single ticket stub from the Kingsway Theater in your bag. The date is on it, and your purse is open. The last feature at the Kingsway starts at 9 o'clock. So, you see?
Yes, I see all right. Vance, does anything ever escape you?
Of course, my dear, many things. Now, inasmuch as I have explained how I knew you didn't wait too long for me, am I excused for last night?
You were excused last night for last night, and you know it.
Oh, there you two. Oh, hardly. I'm interrupting something pleasant.
How are you?
Hiya, Markham. Welcome to our little city. I hope I know why you're here.
Yes, you do, Vance.
Who was it this time, my friend?
What puzzles me is that you don't know. You always seem to be able to anticipate everything. It was an airlines pilot, Vance, a man named Gregory Allen. I was on my way to the airport and dropped by to pick you up.
I'm glad you did. What are the particulars, Markham?
Well, from what we've been able to gather so far, this Allen was kind of a ladies' man.
Oh?
He had a romance going with the airplane hostess, Sue Gordon, and this was resented by her boyfriend, his co-pilot, Johnny Taylor.
That sounds like a nice, happy group. Remind me to travel by train here.
Oh, that isn't all. The dead man also was going around with a woman named Sylvia Crane, and her husband was aboard the plane.
You're going a little too quickly for me, Markham. Was Mr. Gregory Allen killed in the plane?
No. It seems that when he was about to take off, one of the motors went bad, so everyone was to be switched to another plane. That would have meant a delay of about an hour. So Allen went into the pilot's room in the administration building, and that's where his body was found, in the pilot's room, with the lights out.
The murderer probably turned them out to delay the finding of the body. When did all this happen, Markham?
Not 15 minutes ago. I've had all the passengers held, although they're all quite anxious to get to their destinations.
Good. You had the co-pilot and the hostess held, too, I imagine.
Of course. Sergeant Heath is there now.
In that case, Markham, I might say that within a half hour we should be there, too. Good day, Miss Deering.
I have the co-pilot and the hostess outside, Vance, just as you asked. Are you ready to question them now?
Not at the moment, Markham. I want to look around this murder room a bit.
Of course.
This room was built for tall men, Markham. The top shelf on that bookcase is out of the reach of an ordinary-sized man.
Pilots are generally tall, Vance, and only pilots were permitted in here.
Yes, I know. That light switch is back pretty far and very high on the wall. And even the easy chairs seem to be built to accommodate long-legged individuals.
No question about that. Tell me, Vance, how long do you want the passengers held? Some of them are complaining about being held up.
Well, I don't believe I'll have to see them all, Markham. Although I'll know better after I talk to the co-pilot. Ask him to come in, will you, please?
The hostess, too?
Might as well.
Right, Vance. The co-pilot's name is Johnny Taylor, and the hostess is Sue Gordon. I'll tell them to come in. Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
Miss Gordon?
Yes?
Please come in here.
It's all right, dear. I'll handle everything.
Vance, this is Mr. Taylor and Miss Gordon. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
All right.
Miss Gordon, tell me something. Were you ever in this room before?
No, neither hostesses nor passengers are allowed in here, Mr. Vance. Only pilots.
That means that you've been here, Mr. Taylor.
That's right. Vance, you're wasting your time with us. We don't know anything about who killed Greg.
No? What makes you think I ought to believe that?
Because there's somebody being held outside who had a real reason for killing him, Millard Crane. Greg was fooling around with his wife.
Oh, that's very interesting. Markham, would you ask Mr. Crane to be out in the hall in a moment, please?
Certainly. I'll get him there, Vance.
I understand the late Mr. Allen also liked you, Miss Gordon.
Yes, I believe he did.
But you are supposed to be Mr. Taylor's girlfriend.
She is my girl. The only reason I told you about Crane was so you'd know who your real suspect is.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You'd better stop, Mr. Taylor, because you're beginning to sound like my real suspect at the moment.
Vance, Millard Crane, the man you wanted to see, is right outside the door.
Good. Come on, Miss Gordon.
All right.
Mr. Taylor. Right. Thanks, Markham. Right this way, everybody. Mr. Crane, I want to see you.
And I want to see you, too. I understand it's because of you that we're being delayed.
The delay will only be temporary. Mr. Crane, I've just been told by Mr. Taylor here that your wife and the dead pilot were quite friendly.
You were told that, Philo?
Yes.
Well, if they were friendly, Mr. Vance, I didn't know a thing about it.
I don't believe him.
You're the young man who told that to Mr. Vance, aren't you?
That's right. What about it?
You really ought to have proof before you make a
Don't talk to me about
proof. Both of you. I was under the impression that I was conducting this investigation. Let me understand something. Are all three of you going on that flight to Center City?
I'm co-pilot on the plane and Sue's the hostess.
And I've got to get there on business. Very well, then. Go ahead, all three of you. You're all free to go.
Come on, Sue, let's go.
Vance, I don't think I understand why you let them all go. They were your principal suspects.
That's right. And they're all going to Center City. But they'll all be back. Markham, will you see what you can do about getting me a reservation on that plane?
You think you can find out something about this murder in Center City?
Possibly. Besides, I haven't been to Center City in almost a year.
This is District Attorney Martin. A flying murder case opened when Airlines pilot Greg Allen was stabbed in the pilot's room at the airport. Philo Vance's suspects include Sue Gordon, airline's hostess, her boyfriend, co-pilot Johnny Taylor, and Millard Crane, whose wife was friendly with the dead man. Vance took a plane trip to Center City with all three suspects, but has returned to town where he is again in the airline's administration building, questioning Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon.
You see, Mr. Taylor and Mrs. Gordon, there isn't anything I can ask you that would help me. But I am quite certain that there is something that you can tell me that will be important.
I don't know who murdered Greg, Mr. Vance. If I did, I'd tell you. Believe me, I would.
At the moment, I'm not quite as anxious to have you tell me who murdered him as I am to have you supply me with some proof.
What does that mean, then?
It means I think I know who killed Mr. Allen. Where are you going, Miss Gordon?
Stop.
So they can't make me talk. I won't let them. I won't get out of here.
Well?
She had nothing to do with the murder, Mr. Vance. She's just scared. That's all. Honest, that's all it is.
That might be the reason she left here so suddenly. It isn't terribly important, though. I can have Markham pick her up almost any time. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
What can you tell me about Mr. Millard Crane?
I told you about Greg and Crane's wife. What else could I tell you?
You might tell me that you saw Crane fooling with one of the motors on the plane that was originally scheduled to take him to Center City.
But I didn't. Besides, what would that prove?
It would prove that Crane wanted Flight 22 delayed so he could murder Greg Allen while the new plane was being ready.
That means you know that Crane killed Greg?
No, but I can understand how you...
Oh, I see what you mean. Look, Vance, maybe I was sore at the way Greg treated Sue. But I wouldn't murder him for that.
No. There have been murders for less reason, Johnny. In fact, this might be one of those murders.
You haven't told me anything about your trip to Center City, Mother, darling. Was it successful?
Very so, dear. Very successful.
I'm glad.
There was a little delay at the airport before we got started. So?
Delay? What sort of delay?
Oh, one of the engines on the plane went bad, and we had to wait around an hour.
Oh, well, that wasn't too bad, was it, Tina?
No, but it seems that while we were waiting around, the pilot on the plane was murdered.
Pilot?
Yes. Did you read about it? Or hear it on the radio?
I've been out all afternoon shopping. What pilot was it, Millie?
Oh, dear, please, don't be so upset. Of course, it was too bad. After all, he was a stranger. He was a stranger, wasn't he, Sylvia?
Who was it, Millie? What was his name?
Pilot? Greg Allen.
Greg!
Oh. You knew him? Don't you? For him?
Millie, did you know I knew Greg Allen? Did you?
Maybe.
You did know it, Millie. You killed Greg.
Not he did.
Of course, I'm hysterical, Greg. Did you kill him? You killed him.
I wouldn't say I killed him. Philo Vance and the police have 3 suspects. Of course, I'm one of them. But the other 2, Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon, both have pretty good reasons for killing him.
How could their reasons were? They didn't kill him. You did.
Sylvia did. You were the principal motive if any of the 3 of us killed your friend Greg. If, as you believe, I killed him, it would be only self-preservation for me to kill you, too.
You how do?
Oh. Yes, dear? You were saying?
Nothing. I'd better answer the door.
I think you'd better control yourself and wipe away those tears. Don't you? I'll be in the library.
Good evening. Mrs. Crane.
Why, yes.
Mrs. Crane, I'm Philo Vance. Is your husband at home?
Why, yes.
Would you please tell him I'm here?
All right,
just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Yes?
I notice you're upset. I hope not too upset to corroborate one fact.
What is that?
Were you and a man named Greg Allen friendly?
I'll tell Mr. Crane you're here.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. And thank you for answering that question by not answering.
Millie, dear. I didn't mean to interrupt you, dear, but Philo Vance is here, and he wants to speak to you.
What? Come in. I've nothing to hide.
Come in, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Sorry to have to drop in on you like this, but it was important.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Crane, you took a plane to Center City today. Why?
I have business there.
That's the only reason?
Of course.
Did you transact your business, Mr. Crane?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Why?
Nothing. Except that it's very strange where business is being transacted these days.
What do you mean?
Well, after you left the airport at Center City, I followed you.
Yes, I know.
You knew that, did you? Did you also know that I was in back of you when you went to a movie in Center City? Never forgive you for that, Crane. Bad picture.
So I went to a picture show in Center City. And unless that's illegal, Vance, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It isn't illegal, and you may invite me to leave if you like, of course. But may I extend you an invitation, too? Would you meet me and District Attorney Markham at the airport in exactly 2 hours, please?
Bring in that airplane hostess, Miss Williams, and then come back here to take notes, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham. Miss Gordon, come in, please. Very well.
Sit down, Miss Gordon. There, that's better. Now then, I have a list of several questions I want to ask you. Miss Williams will take down your answers, so please remember to tell the truth.
What do you want to know, Mr. Markham? I've already told you why I ran away from Mr. Vance at the airport. I was afraid he'd have me arrested, and I didn't want to be arrested.
You're not arrested, Miss Gordon, merely held for questioning. If your answers are satisfactory, you may be released. Now, tell me. Were you ever in the room where Greg Allen was found dead?
Never. That room was only for the pilot. Nobody else was allowed in. I told Mr. Vance that.
I just wanted it on the record, that's all. Now, another question. Did you hate Greg Allen because his intentions were not serious?
No, I didn't. I couldn't hate him.
Imagine Johnny Taylor did that, too.
What's that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Mr. Markham, what's the reason for these questions? The real reason, I mean.
You want the truth, Miss Gordon?
Of course.
Well, then, ask Philo Vance. We're going to meet him at the airport now, and I have a hunch that this case might hang on your answers to these questions.
Oh, Markham.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Mr. Vance.
Well, I brought Miss Gordon to the administration building, just as you asked.
Thank you, Markham. I brought Mr. Johnny Taylor.
Sue, have they done anything to you?
Of course not, Johnny. Everything's going to be all right, believe me.
I invited Mr. Crane to be here, Markham. In fact, that should be the gentleman in question coming now.
And it is. Hello there, Mr. Crane.
Well, let's get this over with. I'm here. Somebody please tell me why.
I will, Mr. Crane. Now listen, everyone, please. We're standing at the door of the pilot's reading room. In this room, Greg Allen was stabbed to death.
Is that supposed to be news, Vance?
Hardly. For purposes of my own, I find it necessary to bring you all here. The lights in the pilot's reading room are off. I'm going to open the door leading to it now.
Now, this is beginning to be funny, Vance.
I wouldn't start laughing just yet if I were you, Miss Gordon. I ask you all to look into the room from this doorway.
That's a good trick if you can do it. The room's pitch black.
You can turn on the lights if you like, Mr. Crane.
All right. You want the lights on? Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Johnny, would you go in and turn them off?
Sure. Is that all you want me to do? There.
Close the door, Markham, please.
Of course. Now what, Vance?
Now, Markham, I have proof to convict the murderer of Greg Allen. Markham, you can arrest Mr. Millard Crane. Ready, Miss Deering?
With eagerness, anticipation, and everything else the secretary's supposed to have.
No curiosity.
Oh, that's standard equipment with gals, Vance. You know that. By the way, I think I know how you knew Crane was guilty. But I don't know what proof you finally got.
Tell me first how I knew it was Crane.
Oh, well, I think I followed that. He had no reason to go to that airport in the first place, inasmuch as his business trip was a phony, which you found out by trailing him to a movie in Center City.
That's correct. And now you want to know about the proof.
Well, for the purposes of our records, yes.
Well, then, if that's the only reason, the explanation isn't important. After all, he has confessed, you know. And so has the mechanic he bribed to fix one of the engines on the plane Greg Allen was to fly.
Vance, you know I'm dying of curiosity.
That's different. In that case, listen. Who was allowed in the pilot's reading room?
You mean where Greg Allen was killed?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody but pilots, of course. Everybody kept insisting that all through this case.
That's right. But still, today, when we were out at the scene of the crime, and I asked Mr. Crane to please put on the lights, he walked into the dark room and, without a second's hesitation, snapped them on.
Which meant that he'd been there before.
Correct. The light switch was in an unusual position, way back on the wall. He'd been there to kill Allen. After he killed him, he snapped off the lights to delay discovery of the body. Mm-hmm. When he turned on the lights for me, well, that was all the proof I needed.
Now, this was an unusual case, Vance. The principal suspect turned out to be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was awfully simple, though, wasn't it? Not that it isn't always after you explain it.
Thank you, Miss Deering. For that, you may have the rest of the day off.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, it's after 9 o'clock, but thanks just the same. I think I'll go wash up, inasmuch as Mr. Millard Crane is all washed up, and so is the flying murder case.
Calling all detectives. A small boat drifts helplessly down a fog-bound river, directly in the path of a steamship. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A man like me, Jerry Browning, in my business, private detective, doesn't often get a chance to find out how he really stands with people. It was a dark, moonless, starless night. On such a night, an enterprising riverfront gang can board a freighter and in an hour loot $10,000 worth of merchandise. There's been a lot of that lately. That's why I was out on the river watching. I should have turned back when the fog started drifting in, but I kept delaying until it was too late. Nothing ever happens by itself. As I was easing my boat toward what I thought was the shore, the motor quit. There I was, caught in the tide, drifting downriver. It was about an hour later when I heard the ship's warning blast. The ship was bearing down on me. I shouted. I waved my arms around. And then as a huge shape loomed up out of the fog, I dived overboard. Stand by to lower a boat! Lower away! That's the last thing I remembered until I opened my eyes and found myself on a ship's bunk.
Well, so you've decided to come out of it.
What happened?
You were luckier than you probably deserved. You came up for a second right alongside our boat. One of our men grabbed you. You'll be all right long before we arrive.
Right. Arrive where?
Mister, you're going for a ride to South America. This tub has no wireless, and it'll be 6 weeks before anybody knows that you're still alive.
When my powerboat was run down, I was taken aboard a freighter bound for South America without a wireless. The freighter, the Jane Weymouth, was an old hulk carrying machine parts. I did little work, had a fine vacation, long overdue. In fact, as we were docking in Rio, Captain, how about signing me on? Let me work my way back home.
All right, Browning. I guess I owe you that much for running you down. And if you need some money to cable or phone your people back home...
No, thanks. There isn't anybody who'd particularly worry about me, and my business will still be there when I return. It was almost 4 months after I'd been rescued that we docked once more in the shadow of familiar buildings. I was passing the Red Turtle Tavern on the waterfront. Thought I'd stop in for a glass of beer. I walked up to the bar. Beer. There was a man standing alongside of me. I recognized him. Mitch Fuller, one of those characters who always seem to have a little money, even though they never work. Hello, Mitch. How's tricks? Mitch spun around. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened, but no sound came out. It's me, Mitch, Jerry Browning, back from the dead.
Jerry, hey, don't hurt me. I'll admit it. Sure, I was in that stick-up, but I didn't shoot the garage man. You're dead, you know that?
I put out my hand, and in that moment, Mitch's feet took wing. He went right through the door, kept on going. Wow. It looked like there was work for me to do. At first, I had to get some money. I want to cash a check, but since I've been away quite a while, maybe you'd better first tell me what my bank balance is.
Certainly, Mr. Browning.
The teller came back about a minute later.
You have a balance of $2,312.74, Mr. Browning.
$2,300. Where'd I get it from?
Really, Mr. Browning, I couldn't say, except that we never make mistakes.
I cashed a check for $100, went out of there in a daze. There was a police car coming down the street. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide was at the wheel. I called out, "Hey, Dawson!" Dawson swung around so fast he sideswiped a car parked at the curb. He jumped out and...
Jerry, are you really alive?
Sure I'm alive. I've been in South America.
Mitch Fuller came down into headquarters a while ago, claimed he saw your ghost, and you told him to surrender in that garage shooting. When I heard your voice, I wondered what I'd done wrong.
Probably plenty. Listen, Dawson, something funny's going on. When I left, I had about $400 in the bank, and now my balance is over $2,300.
You, don't say. Just remember, Jerry, you got to see a man about a case. Bye.
I watched, perplexed, as Dawson climbed back into his car and drove off. Then I shrugged, took a taxi to my office building.
Yeah, I'm talking to Jerry Brown. You owe him $200 for some work he done for you 2 years ago. And if you don't pay up, a couple of the boys is coming around to see you. Okay, you got until Wednesday morning. My friend Louie, the ex-burglar, dunning clients who hadn't paid up. You'd be surprised how many of those there are. Louie pushed the phone away. About time you showed up, Jerry. Getting this place in shape is hating my restaurant business. Well, at least you didn't think I was dead, Louie. I figured you was hurt, laid up someplace. Couldn't get in touch with your friends. I couldn't bear the accusing look in his eyes. I see what you mean, Louie. But don't tell me you collected $2,300 for me besides paying my rent and other expenses here. Well, yeah and no. You see, Boston and a couple of them other cops, they come around after duty, and if the cases come in, little stuff, they take care of it for you, and then I send the bill. Yeah. And I collect, too. Louie got up. Well, drop in on my joint for a fish burger sometime. Yeah, Louie. Sure. And thanks. I went over, sat down at my desk. And the way I felt was the way any big heel feels. A man who thinks he's poor because he hasn't got much money, when all the time he's got $1 million worth of friendship. Like I said, it's almost worth getting killed to find out what a fine place this world is in which to live. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time I was in the country where the night should have been nothing but peace and quiet. But a pair of angry eagles changed all that. One was solid gold and too close to a battered corpse. The other weighed 160 pounds and was too quick with his fists. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Angry Eagle.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please. Clover Lake, California calling.
This is Marlowe.
One moment, sir. Go ahead on your call to Los Angeles, please.
Hello, Marlowe. Babe Durney. Remember me, light heavy contender in 39?
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember you.
Good.
You still have that bar in Southgate?
No, I'm back in the game.
Ah.
Trainer this time for a welterweight that's good. His name's Danny Eagle, and he's another Barney Russ, believe me.
No kidding.
Yeah, but he's in trouble. Come on out, will you, Phil? Clover Lake's only 20 miles. You can be here by 6. It's just outside of Malibu, up on the hill.
Well, what's your boy's trouble, babe?
Plenty. And it could end up being his life. Now step on it, Phil. Oh, and listen, you're a sports writer from Detroit, not a private detective. You got it?
Got it. Leaving now, babe. It was an hour's drive to Malibu Beach in a film colony where the convertibles outnumbered the hardtops 5-1. And another 30 minutes up into the mountains along a steep spiral of macadam which at every turn made more of the Pacific below and less of Malibu. Until finally I was at the top. To my right, there was a dirt road which a freshly painted sign said led to Clover Lake Training Camp, private. Raleigh Lance, owner. I drove on into what turned out to be a converted summer hotel marked office. A couple of buildings that had been stables and maybe 24 cabins spread out over a sloping green acre that led to a cliff's edge and a lake some 100 feet below. When I pulled in and parked in a gravel semicircle which was close to a roofed-over boxing ring, where a lot of muscles in sweatpants was making a punching bag sound like a machine gun, I saw Babe Durney coming toward me in ducks and white T-shirt, with an angry fighting eagle as in Danny on it. It was more bay window and less hair than last time, but still the same quick smile under a nose that spread over half his face, and an extended hand that could have passed for a catcher's mitt.
Hiya, Bill. Glad you didn't take any longer. Things are worse.
Oh?
Danny got canned an hour ago, and he's burning up.
told Lance and his wife where they both could go, and I think he's going to personally see to it that they get there.
Now, wait a minute. Who's this Lance?
Oh, Raleigh Lance. He runs this place, Marlowe.
Yeah.
Strictly the big-time, big-shot manager. His seat at the fights has to be A1. His license plate the lowest number he can get. Yeah, half-pint and French cups and built-up heels. He's got 10 fighters here. Danny's one.
And the wife?
Oh, yeah. Myra. A lot of curves, a lot of war paint, and never enough clothes on.
Know what you mean.
Yeah, well, also not much to keep her busy, and Lance hasn't got time to run around down in Malibu.
Which means sheep's eyes at the boys, huh?
Yeah, Danny Eagle included. Not that the kid ever did anything about it, mind you. Figured she was just being friendly. Come on, let's move on down by the lake like I was just showing you around.
Hey, Jersey. Yeah? You can quit now. Do a mile in the shower.
Okay, Big. See you later.
Anyhow, Phil, this morning, Lance and the missus had a beef when the big shot got mad, read Meyer off, and called Danny and tried the same thing on him.
Didn't take, huh?
No. So the boss canned him. The kid went back to his cabin and started kicking the fixtures around. That's when I called you. He's got a lot of temper, Phil.
Yeah, but what do you want me to do?
Help me get him out of here before he tangled with Lance. He said he wasn't going to get off the ground till things were squared away, and he... Oh, hold it.
What now?
Over there near the edge of the cliff. Friend of Lance's, just weatherwax.
Well, that old man?
Yeah, hayseed to look at or listen to, but he owns about every piece of land around here.
Uh-huh.
Rich, retired, and has just learned about prize fighters. Calls them gladiators. Also, he's got a mud fence-faced daughter he's real anxious to pass off.
Yeah, also he's coming this way.
Oh, hello there, son.
Yeah, don't encourage Gav. It's his specialty.
Well, Dave, my boy. What shape are you in tonight?
Oh, well, not quite fighting trim, Mr. Weatherwax. I was just showing Mr. Marlowe here around the grounds. He's a sports writer.
Sports writer?
Yeah.
Well, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. When I think about what I've missed all these years not following the ring...
Mr. Weatherwax, excuse me, but we're in a hurry. I want Mr. Marlowe to see the lake before it's dark. We'll see you at dinner up at the lodge later, huh?
Yeah, just here. I'll look forward to that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, bye, son.
Original windbag.
Yeah.
But, Marlowe, like I was saying, I gotta have your help.
Yeah, but what can I do now? The kid's through, babe.
Sure, but look, Phil, I know other managers. I also know the makings of a champ when I see him, and Danny Eagle's got the stuff.
And?
Okay, I like him. Phil, you gotta get next to Lance. If he thinks you're doing a feature on him, he'll be your best friend in a couple hours. A little Napoleon.
Uh-huh, and when I'm buddy-buddy, I steer him away from ordering his muscle man to play pretzel with Danny while you're trying to get him out of here. Is that it?
That's right. I already planted that you're coming up here, so all you got is... Hey, look.
Huh?
Up at the lodge on the porch there. That's him and Myra going in the office.
My cue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but first tell me one thing, babe. Does Danny know about me?
No. He'd turn against me if he did. He likes to settle his stuff his own way. That's why you got to get to Lance. In or out of the ring, it still takes two to make a fight, Phil.
Yeah. All right, babe. I'll do my best. Yeah, Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News. Wonder if there is such a paper. No, it doesn't sound too bad.
Listen, Myra, I don't want any more trouble with you. I'm fed up.
Oh,
You're
fine.
fed up. You? Well, that's funny. You dragged me up here and expect me to...
And try real hard to understand this. I dropped 10 grand, 10,000 berries last night on that punk Steve Rocker. I'm not very happy.
So you want a fighter who stinks. What's that got to do with me?
I don't know. But if you'd let him alone, he wouldn't have looked so tired in there.
Of all the cheap cracks you've ever made, that's about the...
The what? Go on, say it. You never flirted. You never played up to it. You were only being friendly. Go on, spit it out, why don't you?
Don't think I won't. When we're alone.
Oh.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was looking for Mr. Lance. Raleigh Lance?
That's me. What do you want?
My name's Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News, Mr. Lance.
Oh. Yes. Come in, Mr. Marlowe. There was a note here on my desk. Should expect you for an interview. Glad to see you.
Oh, thank you. I don't believe I've,
my wife, Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Vance.
How do you do?
Hello. From, Detroit, you said?
Yeah.
How are things at the Beaver Club? That's quite a spot, I hear.
Oh, yeah, quite.
I used to go with a reporter there. He told me about some wild parties at their press club. Busy Beaver Nights, they used to call them.
Yes, busy Beaver night. Lots of fun.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet.
Myra, Mr. Marlowe and I'd like to talk a while, so...
So I'll be running along. It's a pleasure, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Raleigh. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Marlowe, have a chair. Drink?
Yeah, I will, thanks. It's quite a spot you have here, Mr. Lance.
Make it Raleigh, fella.
All right.
Yeah, it's okay. But you're not up here to write about a training camp, are you? Of course, I know background counts, but, well, like this drink, the soda helps, too. But the scotch is the thing, huh? Health?
Same. Yeah, you're right about that scotch.
Mr. Lance?
What is it, Kelly? I'm busy now.
Well, it's about Danny Eagle.
Did you give him his walking papers?
No, Big Turney stopped me, Mr. Lance. Said he'd give Danny the word himself that he could handle him.
That fat pug! Who does he think he is?
Well, he said he just didn't want trouble, Mr. Lance. Besides, he said Danny was taking a walk.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to give him the air, too. I've got enough enemies without some lousy trainer who's on my own payroll. Pardon me, Mr. Marlowe. I'll only be a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Help yourself to another drink. We'll talk later after dinner, about 8. Oh, and here, catch. Best cigar made. Let's go, Kelly.
Best cigar. Seats marked A1. Yeah.
Hey.
Huh?
Don't go away mad. My hubby always runs out on people, even private detectives.
Slips, huh?
Busy beaver night indeed. I made it up. I never even heard of Detroit.
Why'd you bait the trap?
Lance, the jealous jerk, has threatened to hire a detective a half a dozen times.
Oh.
After all this fuss over Danny Eagle, you were about due. Well, shall we walk? It's a nice night.
Let's leave it that way, huh?
What do you mean?
Isn't Danny enough for one day?
Listen, mister, you're starting off with 2 left feet. I was friendly with Danny Eagle, period.
And Steve Rocker?
The same. Only Steve was a little dull. A mind dedicated to comic books. All fighter.
Not according to his last bout.
Yeah. Rocco moved like he was drugged and collapsed in the third, so it's my fault. Oh, the big shot is quite a loser. And don't bother with your next question. I can feel it coming. Why have I stuck?
Yeah, well, it belongs here someplace.
Well, I've stuck because... Well, because I thought that each battle was going to be our last. That sooner or later he'd have time for me.
He's a busy guy, Myra.
So was King Solomon, but he always had room for his wives.
True.
I thought this place was going to be our answer. Just the 2 of us, plus the peace and quiet of the country. With Malibu on hand for a change of pace. So what happens?
Still busy, huh?
Yeah. So busy that he spends 8 hours a day with Jess Weatherwax, a guy he never heard of until he started this camp, but a guy who thrills to hear the lives and loves of Raleigh Lance. And that leaves me with his daughter, Clementine, if I don't talk to the fighters. Clementine, whose shoes are number 9, with an IQ to match. Good night.
Wait a minute, Myra. Where you going?
Going as far as my cabin in an old-fashioned cry. Or maybe just an old-fashioned, I don't know which. Good night.
When Myra pivoted on a spiked heel and stomped off into the dark, I knew that I had to move fast because when next she and hubby met the fact that I was a private detective was going to become public domain. And from there on out, I'd be of little use to Babe Durney, and if Lance's muscle playmates caught up to me, of no use to anybody. I located Danny Eagle's cabin among half a dozen others, peeking out of a thick grove of pepper trees, showing light from a half-open door. Hey, anybody home? Inside, there was a closed valise on the edge of the only bed. And on the dresser, some money, a package of lemon lifesavers, and a tie clasp. A gold one with a gold angry eagle on it that said Danny was still around. Then he got to talk for himself.
Think you're in the wrong cabin, mister. I haven't vacated yet.
Well, don't you think it'd be easy all the way around if you did, Danny?
Right now, I'm not looking for the easy way, mister. I've been walking and thinking about that. That and a pair of people I don't like. A pair I want to square myself with. Mr. and Mrs. Raleigh Lance. Oh!
It was purely a case of mistaken identity. But it served as a reminder that it still took two to make a fight. And that the only chance I had left was to get next to Raleigh Lance and keep him away from Danny Eagle. I spent a half hour going from the lodge to Lance's empty cabin to the dining room and every other place where I thought he might be. But finally, I remembered Jess Weatherwax, the one-man fan club whom I located back up at the office.
Oh, hello there, Sam.
He was peeling off his coat and getting ready for canasta with something uncombed and built like a length of pipe. Who had to be daughter Clementine.
What can I do for you, sir?
Mr. Weatherwax, have you seen Lance?
Why, no, Mr. Marlowe. We just came in. You deal, dearest. Is it important?
Very.
Daddy.
Oh, excuse me, child. Mr. Marlowe, my daughter, Clementine.
How do you do?
Very fine, thank you. Mr. Marlowe, Daddy told...
Hey, Marlowe, is that you in there?
Oh, it's Babe Durney.
Yeah, excuse me.
Phil, come with me, quick.
What's wrong?
Lance is dead, Marlowe.
What?
At the edge of the lake on the rocks.
Accident?
I don't know. Come on, Phil.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the confusion created by Gracie Allen has never been more clearly, more hilariously defined than it will be this Wednesday night when a writer for a national magazine comes to interview her. For the writer also meets some of Gracie's friends who present highly conflicting stories which Gracie does not untangle. It's another merry, mad mix-up which could come only from George Burns and Gracie Allen. So be listening this Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Angry Eagle.
Sharp lakeshore stones, like countless fighters' fists, had hammered all the life out of Raleigh Lance. And as we stared down at him, the circle of light from the electric lantern in Babe Durney's hand began to dance over the corpse. I took the lantern, turned him away from the twisted body at his feet, and sent him back up the path to camp. Find a phone and quietly call the police. After that, I took another quick look at all that was left of the little big shot. I went up the path myself and got as far as the jagged hole in the rail where Lance had gone through. I had just enough time to see a few things before I was met by Myra. Just like she'd been before, except for a handful of nervous fingers that just couldn't leave her neckline alone.
I saw Babe. He told me about Raleigh. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true, all right. Your husband's dead. Babe just left, so you must have been on your way here when you ran into him. How come?
I had a date to meet my husband. For a chat.
Why here? He didn't strike me as being the romantic type.
He wasn't. Neither was he the type to talk where he could be overheard. Especially when he was cornered.
What do you mean?
I put Raleigh's back against the wall tonight. I finally got hold of a way to make that inflated ego turn loose, his favorite trinket.
Meaning you?
Yes. Marlowe, about an hour ago, I found out that Raleigh was crooked.
Fixed fights?
Yeah. When I left you, I went to our cabin for a drink. But the liquor was all gone. Lance kept spare bottles in the back of his closet, so I went to look.
Found what?
A briefcase. It wasn't Raleigh's, so I opened it. There was $35,000 in it. And a note congratulating him on his coaching of Steve Rocca. Rocca was drugged in that last fight, Marlowe. Raleigh sold him out, and I can prove it.
Oh. That's what you two were going to hash out over here, huh? The price of your silence, which was divorce.
And no strings. He told me he wanted to think, then he was going to give me his answer, but now... It's all unnecessary.
You're so right. Myra, come here. I want to show you something. See? Here on the ground.
What do you... No, I don't see anything.
Somebody put up quite an argument right here before Lance went through the railing.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And here's something else.
What's that, Marlowe?
It's a gold tie clasp, baby, with an eagle on it.
Danny?
Yeah, Danny Eagle. This changes things plenty, huh?
Danny? I can't believe Danny would murder Raleigh.
Well, you better start believing it and get back to your cabin and stay there with the doors and windows locked.
You think he might go for me
You
next?
were half the beef. Now that he's gone this far, chances are good he's got something nice thought up for you, too. Unless I'm making the king-size mistake and you and Danny turn out to be a team.
Are you crazy?
It could figure both ways, baby. So I'll keep it in mind until I get something more to do with it. Meanwhile, like I said, take care of yourself. I dropped the tie clasp into my pocket and then started looking for its owner, who could be number one candidate for a noose. I decided to try Danny's cabin first, but when I got there, it was dark, with everything just as I'd left it. Until I'd turned to go. Someone was framed in the doorway. It was the gentleman farmer and novice fight fan, Jess Weatherwax.
You looking for something special, are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am.
I figured you would be. What with being a reporter, because I know there's been some kind of a ruckus here tonight.
How did you know there was trouble here?
Well, I happened to be passing by a certain phone a few minutes ago, and I heard that trainer, Babe Durney, calling the police.
Oh. Okay, as long as you know that much, you may as well know the rest. Somebody shoved the boss of this place out through a railing into 100 feet of thin air. He's dead.
Well, Lance murdered? By one of his own men? Oh, no, I don't believe it. He's a good manager. His boys loved him, every one of them.
You should be so loved, especially by a guy like Danny.
Danny Eagle?
None other. And that's only half of it. Your good manager, Mr. Lance, was a fight fixer. One who'd even drug his own stable to be sure to lose. He was as crooked as a hyena's back leg.
He prearranged boxing fights?
That's putting it mildly. His own wife, Myra, pinned that on him just tonight. She didn't go into detail. She didn't have to. She had enough proof to make it stick because she was getting a divorce on the strength of it.
Oh, I find it mighty hard to believe all this, Mr. Marlowe.
Here's something else. I'm not a reporter. I'm a private detective.
You're a private detective?
Yeah, called in by Babe Durney because he was worried. Now I am. Anyway, here's what I'm getting at. If you're really sincere about liking your violence according to Marquis of Queensberry rules, you can do me a big favor.
What can I do?
Keep an eye on Myra Lance for me.
Yes.
I left her in the cottage. Dan Eagle may be only half finished with what he started.
I'll do my best. You can count on that, sir.
Okay, I'm going up to the office at the lodge now and find out if anyone saw Danny leave the grounds. I'll see you.
Mr. Marlowe. Did you get enough story material from the box fighters?
For a couple of novels, Clementine. You alone here?
I am now. My daddy and I were playing canasta, but he left a while back. Went off without his coat, too, see?
I know. You've been here in the office ever since, huh?
Why, yes. Why?
Well, maybe you can help me.
Gladly. But you've just got to help me first, Mr. Marlowe. Have you got a cigarette paper?
A cigarette paper?
You know, the makers. I'm trying to roll me a cigarette, ran out of mine. I found my daddy's tobacco, and then I absolutely emptied his coat pockets here looking for a paper, but there wasn't any. You wouldn't happen to have it.
No, I'm afraid not, Clementine. Here, have one of mine. In fact, have two. Now, my question. Did you happen to see Danny Eagle go out the... Go out?
Out the what, Mr. Marlowe?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Listen, Clementine, did this thing come out of your daddy's coat pocket, too?
That old ticket stuff?
Yeah.
Out of that little pocket in the big one on the right side, it was... Well, Mr. Marlowe, what's wrong?
I don't know. But I better find out right now. As I ran out of the office and past the empty rope ring toward where the cabin stood, I was full of the conviction that Clover Lake Training Camp was due for a second corpse any minute. Only this time I knew that some fast adjectives I myself had tossed off and not a hot-headed fighter were playing cause and effect. As I made for the door of the Lance cabin, there was no help in the fact that my volunteer guard, Jess Weatherwax, was nowhere in sight. I called Myra's name twice and still got no answer. So I stepped back to go to work on the door with my shoulder when the lock turned from inside.
What is it, Marlowe? What are you doing here?
At the moment, Myra, baby, I'm counting lucky stars, the kind that kept you hale and hearty in spite of me and my big mouth.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I almost spilled all, including the clincher, which was where you could be located. All this, mind you, to the guy who no doubt was in it with Lance right up to his Adam's apple. The fact that you're still breathing means that he must have given up and beat it because as a topper I sent him here to guard you. Say, what's the matter? Aren't you even curious?
Why, yes, sure, of course.
So am I, Marlowe. Don't move.
Oh, no.
You have a talent for stupid audacity, young man. Myra's still breathing because up to the point where you knocked on this door, she still didn't realize my connection. But when you showed up, I couldn't take a chance. I was forced to bring this gun into things and wait behind the door. Now, obviously, you both know.
And I was so relieved you still had strength enough to open the door, Myra. I stepped in shin first and was happy about it.
Well, I was afraid to warn you.
Well, it's your move, Weatherwax. What'll it be?
I have no choice.
What?
You'll have a lot of bodies to crawl out from under, Buster.
Well, it won't be too hard. Dan is already framed for Raleigh's murder.
Framed by whom?
By Raleigh Lance himself. Such a simple little plan. I worked it out as I worked out everything else around here.
Just for the record, how is it supposed to go?
Once Myra knew about Raleigh, she became dangerous to me. She had to be killed. So I told him how to set up the whole thing.
You know, you're really enjoying yourself, aren't you?
Frankly, no. But I just don't intend to take the rap for my late partner's stupid clumsiness. Oh, but this has gone far enough.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Dave, look out. He's got a gun. Duck, Myra!
There, boy, Phil. He lost his gun. And I still got a good right hand. My boy ain't going to be framed for nothing.
Hey, stop it.
I'm going to fix this guy good.
Lay off, Dave, will you? Lay off. Lay off, I tell you. Lay off.
Okay.
You got to tell us the rest. Come on, Weatherwax, talk. What actually happened on the path to the lake? Well?
Lance set up the frame on Dan as I told him to, by planting that eagle tie clasp at the weak spot in the rail. And then he made a lot of marks on the path, like there'd been a fight.
Go ahead.
And after that, he went over to kick the rail loose. He tripped and he fell. All because of those shoes of his with the hard, slick soles and built-up heels. Silly little man.
Well, it wasn't long until the boys from the sheriff's office arrived with a good doctor, a lot of open notebooks, and an endless supply of questions. But finally, all the pieces were fitted together. Very surprised Danny Eagle, who had done a lot of thinking, was back from a second long walk. And the whole thing had boiled down to me, alone at the bedside of a heavy-jawed trainer, who had a happy look on his ugly puss for the first time that night.
My boy's going to be champ now, Marlowe. Thanks to you.
Oh, thanks to you, babe. We were almost down for the count when you showed up. Hey, how's the shoulder?
That's nothing. Hey, look, tell me something. How'd you back old Weatherwax into that corner?
Oh, well, I found a ticket stub from his coat pocket with the number A2 on it. Weatherwax claimed that he'd never seen a fight or met Lance until the camp opened up here. But that stub proved that just a month ago, he sat right beside Lance.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Lance always had seat A1 at the arena.
Check. In short, Weatherwax was a liar who dropped his guard.
And in this racket, you do that just once and you're out.
Yeah. Hey, see that the Eagle keeps his guard up, will you, babe? I'm going to be betting on him from now on.
Don't give it another thought. Good night, Phil.
And I didn't give it another thought. Neither did I think about an arrogant little guy whose phony heels and twisted mind had dumped him into his own trap. Or about a fat gambler who traded in perverted victories and rotten, hopeless defeats. Instead, I thought about the sun coming up over the hills. And a nice big platter with a ham omelet on it. And then a good, solid 8 hours sleep. Nothing else. You know, sometimes I think I have no soul.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore can currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Joan Banks, Barney Phillips, Wilms Herbert, Howard McNear, Elliott Reed, Frank Gerstle, and Ann Morrison. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death.
A few months ago, our newspapers and magazines were full of articles and pictures showing the progress we've made during the first half of the 20th century. That progress, brought about by the American way of doing business, means that today we enjoy the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. We can keep our standards high, and we can increase the benefits for all of us by continuing to produce efficiently under a free economic system. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the Pseudo Spuds.
Yeah, just a minute.
Hello, Johnny.
Okay, well, come on in.
Nice joint you got here.
For what New York offers, it'll do. How's with you, Silky? Long time no see.
Getting by.
Who you looking for, Lily?
Never met her. Just heard about her. Like to see her.
She home? No, she's got one more show to do at the club tonight. Be here in about half an hour.
Half an hour, huh?
Yeah, stick around.
You know, I could never figure the story on her.
What do you mean, Silky?
Well, here she has Dirk Martin on the string. Biggest gambler in town, fur coats, jewels, anything she wants. And she blows them all for you.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, look, let's not kid ourselves. You're no big-timer. You're just a small-time hood liable to get his head blown off any minute. What's the secret, Johnny?
I'll show it to you.
Wedding ring, huh? That's right. I heard you got married.
It's as simple as that, Silky.
Too bad Dirk didn't know the secret.
Look, Silky, I don't like the way the conversation's going. What's on your mind?
I guess you ain't heard, kid.
Heard what?
I'm working for Dirk Martin now.
Working for Martin? I didn't even know you knew him.
Didn't you?
So he's still peeved about Lily?
No, he ain't peeved, Johnny.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
He just hates your guts. That's why he sent me around.
We're going over, huh?
It ain't that simple, Johnny. He wants Lil back.
Oh, he does. Well, let him try to get her to leave me.
Yeah, Dirk figures she won't. That's why you're going to leave her. Permanently.
Johnny? Johnny, you home? I've got... Johnny? Johnny!
14. Car number 14. This is a 3-2 signal. Investigate report of murder, 413 East Houston Street. Car number 14. Car number 14. Investigate report of murder.
Johnny.
A place can become lonely all of a sudden, can't it?
What?
I suppose I shouldn't intrude at a time like this, Mrs. Darvell.
What do you want? Who are you?
A friend, I hope. And I think I want the same thing as you do.
Same thing.
Johnny's murderer. I heard the flash on the radio the other day.
Johnny. Do you know who it was?
Yes.
Who? Tell me.
Easy, Mrs. Darvell. I can't prove anything. I just know it from the grapevine.
Who? What's his name?
Can't you guess?
Everybody liked Johnny. He didn't...
Everybody except Dirk Martin.
Dirk.
That's the word that's out.
Dirk.
A gun, Mrs. Darvell? That's hardly the smart thing.
Get out of my way.
Wait till I close the door.
Don't try and stop me, whoever you are. I should have known it was Dirk.
Look, Mrs. Darvell, my name is Gordon, Silky Gordon. I want to get Martin, too, but not the stupid way. That's why I came here. Now, I think that both of us can work together and be in the clear.
If you're trying to stop me...
I'm trying to help you. How'd you like to take Dirk Martin for a bundle of dough, frame him on a federal rap that he'll never get out of, and stay in the clear yourself? That's the real way to even things up for your, Johnny.
All right, Gordon. Talk.
Place your bets, all bets down.
Am I too late to put a blue chip on number 6?
No, madam, you can... Lily.
Hello, Baldy.
Page 15 on the red.
Upset, Baldy?
No, glad to see you, Lil, but it's busy. Place your bets, all bets down.
Hello, Mrs. Darvell. Anything we can do for you?
Dirk Martin. I thought Baldy would push his little button when he saw me. You came promptly enough.
I asked if there's anything we could do for you, Mrs. Darvell.
Well, you might offer me a drink.
Of course, Mrs. Darvell. Let's sit in that end booth. Hey, Mike, 1 martini dry with olive. That's it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I heard about Johnny. Too bad.
Yeah. Leaves me kind of on the town again.
Well, that's one way of putting it. What's the point of this call?
Money.
Oh? Isn't that kind of blunt, Lily? After all, you gave me the go-by for Johnny. If he didn't leave you fixed, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm not asking you for any jerk. I'm offering you a way to make some, with me in for a cut. I can use dough right now.
Yeah, that's what I imagine. Well, what's the pitch?
What do you think of the war situation?
Huh?
Making conversation.
Well, that came from right field.
Well, what do you think of the international situation?
Bad, I suppose. Sometimes good, but mostly bad. Why?
It depends on how you look at it.
That means what?
There's one way to look at it that might mean close to $1 million in cash for us.
$1 million?
If you're not above such petty sums, Dirk, you can find out more about it at my apartment tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute, Lily.
Sorry, Dirk. Good night.
Harding, all the heads of our regional Counterspy offices are assembled in the auditorium.
How good, Peter. Have arrangements been made to fly them back to their offices as soon as the meeting's over?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Gentlemen, Mr. Harding. Greetings, gentlemen. It's been quite some time since I've seen all our Counterspy regional directors together like this. But I called you here for briefing and information regarding the grave foreign situation. But first, a bit of good news. Our Counterspy budget has been increased considerably, Enough so that each regional office can have almost twice the number of agents you are now staffed with. This increase has been granted for a definite purpose. The United States wants to make sure that there will be no repetition of the scrap metal to Japan situation at this particular time. The additional personnel will be used to check all export shipments leaving this country. All suspicious shipments will be reported to this headquarters immediately for further action. That is all, gentlemen. The rest of your instructions are in the mimeograph pamphlet handed to you.
On the dot, Dirk. You're prompt.
Yeah. I'm curious.
I was sure you would be. Come in. I want you to meet someone.
Meet someone? What do you mean?
Relax, Dirk. It's not the law, and it's no one you know.
Lily, if this is a joke...
Dirk, I'd like you to meet...
Well, Lily, is this the fella you was telling me all about? Hiya, stranger, say.
Say?
Yes, Gordon's the name. G-O-R-Done Gordon. Little joke of my own. I never have to spell it out.
No?
Hey, that's a mighty good grip you got there. Stand up to any man in Idaho, except me.
So what do you want?
I hope I didn't hurt you, boy. I got a powerful grip myself. Get it from farming, you know. It strengthens the wrist.
Mr. Gordon, would you get me my cigarettes? They're in the kitchen.
Why, sure thing, little gal. In 2 shakes of lamb's tail. I'll be right back.
What was that?
Like him?
A plow jockey. Who likes or doesn't like?
Well, I thought
What's the play, Lily? First you mention the international situation and then $1 million. Now you spring this hayseed on me.
I heard that, boy. Hayseed, is it? Now, look, mister, I like your looks, but I don't allow no man to insult me.
Take it easy, Gordon. I didn't insult.
All right, Silky, drop the act. Save it for the paying customer.
Okay, Lily. Look, I got him a little white around the gills. I thought he thought I was going to take a swing at him. Huh?
Hey, what is this, huh?
Meet Silky Gordon, one of the best con men in the business.
Hiya, Martin. How'd you going, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Lily,
Silky will take over from here. He's got an idea that his act and your dough will net us $1 million to split 3 ways.
How? In one word, potatoes.
What?
Those little things you fry, boil, or mash.
And that I grow out on my Idaho farm and supposedly deal in.
Potatoes? You mean $1 million out of Spuds? Oh, you're crazy.
So's a fox. I've got the whole scheme mapped out on paper.
All we need is that old warehouse of yours and $50,000 operating capital.
What do you say?
Well, what am I supposed to say? Yes, on what you told me? For $50,000, I want more information than that.
Sure. Take your time. Here's a setup. Read it.
Okay. Give me a short rundown on it.
Potatoes, Martin. Price supported by Uncle Sam. You know this?
So?
This means the government buys them to keep the market price up to a certain level.
Yeah?
At present, $1.50 to, $1.80 100 pounds.
Yeah, I've heard tell of it.
And then they sell them for export at $0.01 100 pounds just to get rid of them.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, we buy them for that. 1 cent 100 pounds, you see? And then sell them right back to the government again at $1.50 100 pounds.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, just like that.
Simple, isn't it, Dirk?
But wait a minute. You said we had to buy them for export to get them at $0.01 100 pounds.
That's right. We'll swear that we intend to dehydrate the potatoes. That is, dry them and export.
I'm following you.
Instead, we'll fill cardboard cartons with sawdust, label them dehydrated potatoes, and ship them to a stooge company in Europe, selling the real potatoes back to Uncle Sam at 10 or 12,000% profit.
Nice. Real nice.
Are you in, Dirk?
Maybe yes. Now, give me a little time. I want to read this stuff Gordon gave me and figure the angles.
Take a lot of time. Uncle Sam will still have the potatoes to sell.
Call me here when you decide, Dirk. I'll be waiting, and I'm sure you'll be calling. Hello?
Dirk, Lily.
I knew you'd call. Are you in?
Yeah. I'm having the boys clean out the warehouse.
And, what about the $50,000 capital?
You'll get it in a couple of days.
Oh, that's the way we like to do business, Dirk.
And tell Silky to start the ball rolling. And Lily, remember, I'll be watching you all the way.
I'm sure you will. Goodbye.
There, Cliff?
Yes, Silky.
He bit?
With all his teeth, the rat.
Wonderful. When's he coming across with the 50 G's?
In a couple of days.
And as soon as we get his dough, we start fitting him for the frame.
That's what I'm in this for, Silky. And it better be one he can't break out of.
He won't, baby. We'll work the deal just once with 50,000 bags of potatoes. I've got the contacts in Washington, so I can sell that many to the government.
What do I do?
Now, I've gotten in touch with a logging camp for the sawdust and cottons. You close the deal with them, and then apply for the export license for dehydrated potatoes in Dirk's name.
I'm beginning to get the picture.
And then, after I've collected from the government,
We leave Mr. Dirk Martin holding one big empty bag.
You are listening to the case of the Pseudo Spuds on Counterspy. Tonight on NBC, it's the big show once again over most of these stations. Tallulah Bankhead is your MC, and just listen to a few of the stars who will be with you tonight. Bob Hope, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mendy Carson, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and a host of other great performers. For an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama, it's the big show tonight. Another Sunday evening favorite is Theater Guild on the Air. And this week's hour-long Theater Guild production is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March, Barbara Belgettis, and Hugh Williams. The chimes are your invitation to top Sunday evening listening here on NBC. Now, back to Counterspy.
Hello?
Well, old Farmer Gordon speaking.
Silky, you hear anything yet?
I just got an acknowledgement of receipt from the government. They got my shipment of 50,000 bags of fine Idaho potatoes.
Well, what about the payment?
Well, I'll receive the check in 15 days at my Idaho farm address.
Ah, nice going, Silky.
How's your end of the deal? The sawdust going?
It's all down at the warehouse in cartons now. Ready to be the frame around Dirk's neck.
We'll put it there as soon as we cash that check from Uncle Sam. So long, Lil. You'll be hearing from me when I need you.
New York Counterspy section from Export section, Commerce Department. Export license stop for shipment dehydrated potatoes at present stored in warehouse at 91241 10th Street. Request routine check and approval of your department before granting license.
Silky?
right here, Lil, in the warehouse door.
You got the stuff?
2 5-gallon cans. How about the insurance?
I took it out in Dirk Martin's name.
No action on the export license yet?
Not so far.
I was just wondering. Thought they might send someone around to check on the stuff.
They only do that at the pier. Let's go in. You sure Dirk won't yell copper?
How can he? When we put this place on fire, he's going to have a mighty suspicious insurance company on his hands. He'll probably have to waive the claim, but it'll keep him plenty busy while we make ourselves scarce.
All right, let's go. What?
Listen.
Someone.
Look. Down that aisle of cartons. A guy. Prying into a customs department, I bet.
If he finds out about the sawdust.
I know what you mean.
Listen, Sucky.
Yeah?
I'll go down and get his attention. You come round the back and jump him.
Right.
You there.
What?
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, miss.
What are you doing in this warehouse? How'd you get in?
Are you connected with the firm that owns this place, miss?
Yes, I am. And I think it's my place to ask the questions. Or would you rather I call an officer?
Oh, that won't be necessary. You see,
Now,
I'm the...
Cookie.
What?
Let go of me!
Oh, no. No, you don't.
Your knife, Cookie, your knife. Oh!
Brother, He was plenty tough.
Is he?
Yeah, dead.
So is he?
Wait. I'll look through his pockets. Uh-oh.
What?
United States Counterspy. This ain't good, Lil.
It's wonderful. Perfect. Dirk can take the rap for this, too.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get the kerosene cans.
And spill it all around, Silky.
Don't worry. When we put a match to this place, we want to make sure the whole thing goes up.
Operator, get me the fire department quick. There's a fire in the warehouse at 10th and Front Street. This is the watchman on the pier across the way. You'd better get here quick. It's going up. The whole place is going up.
Attention, Mr. Harding, Counterspy Headquarters. Attention, Mr. Harding, Counterspy Headquarters. This is an emergency 3-2 flash.
Peters, grab your hat and come on. The plane's waiting.
Where are we going?
New York. Warehouse fire. Explosion of export shipment.
Where do I catch up there?
Sabotage? I don't know. All I've got is the warehouse address and the nature of the shipment. Dehydrated potatoes.
Potatoes?
Supposed to be. The Counterspy agent was examining the shipment at the time of the fire and explosion. There's no news of him yet. Now, when we land, Peters, you follow up on the material I'll give you. I'm going right to our New York laboratory and see what they've got.
Over this way, Mr. Harding, to our electric furnace.
Right with you, Colonel. What's this set up for?
Well, that cardboard carton in the electric furnace, it's one that was salvaged from the warehouse fire.
Contains munitions of some type, doesn't it?
No, sir.
But the explosion...
Watch, Mr. Harding. I'll switch the furnace on.
What's the point?
Just a moment, sir. I had the furnace on before you arrived. It'll be up to the right temperature in a few seconds. There, that's what I wanted you to see.
What kind of explosive is it?
It isn't, sir. That cardboard box that just blew apart contained ordinary sawdust packed in tightly.
Sawdust?
That's right, sir. Sawdust packed tight and under intense heat generates its own explosive power. With the right conditions, it's just as dangerous as dynamite.
Not dehydrated potatoes or munitions.
No, sir. But there's something crooked about the whole setup. Our agent.
Yeah?
Well, the autopsy shows he wasn't killed by the fire. He was murdered. Knife wounds.
Murdered. What about the sawdust? Have you analyzed it yet?
Yes, sir. We put it through the spectrograph, did a microchemical analysis on it. The reports are over here.
Ordinary pine sawdust.
That's right. The pitch content indicates southern pine. And from the cellular structure of the wood, we place it as coming from somewhere in Georgia or the Carolinas.
Oh?
The moisture content indicates it's been freshly cut from logs instead of dried and cured wood.
That means that the stuff came from a logging camp, not a lumberyard.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Crandall. If anything else comes up, I'll be in the communications room. To all field offices, Southern Regional District, United States Counterspies, request immediate check of all logging camps in your field area. Ascertain methods of disposal and sale of sawdust. Check thoroughly and report to me on any new purchasers of item. Give this top priority.
Hello, Chief.
Peters, where have you been?
Checking on the ownership of that warehouse and the potato shipment.
Any difficulty?
A lot less than I expected. The warehouse is owned by a set of dummy corporations set up to hide the real owner, one Dirk Martin.
The gambler?
That's right. And that shipment of potatoes was bought and supposedly dehydrated by the same Mr. Martin.
Oh, hidden ownership again.
Right, Dave, but not very cleverly done.
Wait, hold it a second, please. Hello? Tackett from the Atlanta field office? Okay, put him on. Hello, Tackett. Yes, that's right, the sawdust. Oh, you did? Good. Who bought it? No, that company name isn't familiar. Did you find out who owns and runs it? Good, who? What? You're sure? Okay, Tackett, nice job. Goodbye.
What is it, Dave?
Peters, you knew about the sawdust in the explosion.
Yes, Crandall told me.
Well, that, too, points the finger at Dirk Martin. He bought it.
Martin?
Yes.
It doesn't wash, Chief. We know Martin's record. He's a real cozy bird. He doesn't leave loose ends around this way.
3 big neon-lighted arrows pointing right at him.
Dave, I may be wrong, but this shapes up like a great big frame.
I know it does, Peters, and I think we'll call on Dirk Martin right away and see if we can find the picture that fits the frame.
Silky, get that. I've got to finish packing.
Pretty insistent, whoever it is.
Well, open the door. That's the only way we can leave anyway.
I don't like it, Lil. You open it. I'll cover you from behind the door.
Dirk.
That's right, baby.
Inside.
The idea, sir.
You tell me what the idea is. My boys got word to me the warehouse is on fire. Burned down.
No kidding, Dirk.
Do I look like I'm kidding?
But that's wonderful. A break for all of us. Now we're completely covered. The fire will hide everything. There's one phony shipment of sawdust we won't have to make.
Was it phony?
What do you mean?
You said sawdust, and the place blew up completely. Maybe you were trying to use me as a front for some other kind of shipping, eh?
Don't be crazy, Dirk.
And maybe you know something about the body they found in the fire.
Body?
Yeah. Look, baby, you'd better start talking. I'm going to have to slap a lot of words out of you.
I wouldn't, Dirk.
Huh?
I had you covered from the minute you entered.
So I was right. A big double cross. That's right, Dirk.
But you caught on a little too fast.
What do we do with him, Lou?
Guess there's only one thing we can do.
Same treatment like the guy in the warehouse? So you did start that fire?
That's right, Dirk. We had it all framed nicely. You'd have to stand still for an arson rap and keep quiet about us, or you'd get a bigger jolt for swindling. They might even have pinned that guy's death on you. That's one way you would have paid for killing Johnny.
Johnny? Are you nuts?
Tell him, Silky. Tell him what you told me about how he killed Johnny.
Me kill Johnny?
Yes, you wanted me back. It was the only way you figured I'd come.
Look, Lily, there isn't a quail in the world I'd risk a murder rap for. I didn't shoot your Johnny boy.
Silky, you said that...
Shouldn't believe everything I say, Lil. I needed you to pull this racket on Dirk. Getting you through Johnny was the fastest way.
You killed him.
That's right, baby. And it looks like the same deal for you and Dirk Martin, so there'll be no more talking.
Martin has already talked.
What?
Oh,
United States Counterspy.
Well, you stinking
He's out of action, Chief. You'd better not try the same move, Mrs. Darvell.
So Dirk Martin's a stoolie.
You bet I am, baby, when it comes to standing still for a murder rap.
Did he tell you everything? Did he tell you about the deal?
He did, Mrs. Darvell, all about your big swindle, stealing money from the government at the expense of our fighting men. At a time when we need every dollar for defense, and he's going to stand trial for it.
But not for murder, baby. You can take that one alone.
All right, Peter, take them both out of here.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the hideous hijacker.
When medical supplies, sorely needed by our fighting men and allies in Asia, were hijacked, the Counterspy organization was put on a double alert. By getting information from a dead man, firing bullets into sawdust, and putting cardboard under a strange light, your counterspies uncovered a kettle of fish that was 15,000 miles long. Be sure to listen next week to
The Case of the Hideous Hijacker on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
A gambling ship, Nick. That sounds exciting.
If you call losing your money exciting, Patsy, you're right. But I'm not going out there for the fun of it.
Oh, I suppose you'd rather go fishing.
I certainly would. And I'd rather fish for fish than for a murderer.
Now for the case of the missing piano player. Today's thrilling Nick Carter adventure, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the roulette room of the gambling ship, which is anchored off the Atlantic coast. Several customers are gathered about the large roulette table as the croupier prepares to spin the wheel.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. No more bets.
Hey, Bill, stop playing a minute.
Yeah, Gus?
No more music. The boss wants to see you in his office.
Oh, okay, Gus. What's wrong?
Come on.
What's wrong, Gus? Can't you tell me?
The boss will talk about that. Inside, Bill.
Okay.
Hello, Edwards.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Simmons?
Yes. Why haven't you been following my orders?
I was hired to play the piano, not the customers.
You know what you were supposed to do when you took the job.
I took the job because I needed it, but I've been thinking it over, and I've decided that a crooked roulette wheel is not in my line.
You knew the wheel was fixed when we hired you.
That's why you was hired. Now you're welching on the deal.
And I want to know why.
Well, I got a sister to take care of.
What's that to us?
Just this, Mr. Dutch Simmons. I've decided to quit.
Don't you know nobody quits this racket once he's in it?
I just want to get out of here. My sister's a swell gal, and I just can't afford to stay around here and end up behind the 8-ball.
You're behind the 8-ball right now, Edwards.
And it's mighty black, too.
I don't want to...
Take care of things.
Sure, boss. Sure.
Well, what are you going to do?
You're going for a little walk, Edwards. A little walk with Gus. Up to the bow of the ship.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick?
you about finished with our case histories?
Don't worry, Mr. Carter. They'll all be nicely typed and ready for filing before you go away on your vacation. I don't see why I had to go. Oh, someone at the door, Nick. I'll go.
Thanks, Patsy.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, hello, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. What cooks?
Me. I'm off for a vacation, fishing.
Yeah?
Just called to say that Patsy will know where I am if anything develops that requires my attention.
It won't. Where you going?
Sandy Point.
I wish I was going along with you.
So do I, Matty. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, Nick. Have fun.
Nick, this is Mr. John Reardon.
How do you do, Mr. Reardon? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon has a problem, Nick. I told him you were just about to go away, but he's very anxious to talk to you about one of your pet hates, gambling.
Oh, that's so. Well, just what's your difficulty, Mr. Reardon?
A gambling ship. I've lost a great deal of money on it.
But why come to me about that?
I'm convinced that the roulette wheel on the ship is crooked. If I can prove it, that is, if I can get you to prove it, I may be able to get back some of my losses.
Sorry I can't help you, Mr. Reardon, but I'm off on a fishing trip.
Mr. Reardon, if you're convinced that this gambling ship is crooked, why don't you go to the police?
Well, in the first place, I can't afford the publicity, and in the second place, the police would merely raid the ship and shut it down, and I'd have no chance to get back my losses.
Oh.
Mr. Carter.
Yes?
I've heard about your big hobby, your downtown boys club.
Well?
If you'll look into this matter for me, I'm prepared to make a very substantial donation to your boys' club.
What? Oh, Nick, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Where is this gambling ship?
Anchored off the coast, reached by launch from the town of Thompson's Cove.
Thompson's Cove? Why, that's only a few miles from Sandy Point, where I'm going for my week of fishing.
Well, then...
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Reardon. I'll take a look at this gambling ship. If I find anything, I'll take your case.
I can't ask for any more than that.
But Just why do you think this gambling ship isn't on the level?
Mr. Carter, I'm convinced the roulette wheel is fixed. Trouble is, I don't know just how it's done.
That kind of evidence isn't very satisfactory in a courtroom.
Well, if we can just find out how it's done, I can confront the gambling syndicate with the facts and...
Get back your money and close up the ship.
That's it.
Well, Mr. Reardon, I'll take a run out there and have a look. Suggest you meet me at the hotel at Thompson's Cove in a couple of days, and I'll give you my decision.
I'll do that, Mr. Carter. And I'm grateful to you.
Well, don't be grateful yet. Good day, Mr. Reardon.
Good day, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen?
Goodbye, Mr. Reardon.
Well, Patsy, you better hurry up and finish those case histories.
Oh, Nick, why do I have...
I'll need you with me when I go out to that gambling ship tomorrow night.
Well, why didn't you say so? That's different. You mean we don't have to pay to ride on this launch?
No. The gambling ship provides free transportation to its guests.
Oh. Hey, there are some prosperous-looking people on board, Nick.
They have to be to play roulette.
Nick?
Hmm?
You see that young girl over by the rail? She can't be over 18.
Pretty, too.
I wonder why she's going out to the ship. She seems to be alone.
You know, Patsy, I think it might be a good idea if you try to find out. She's not the gambling type at all.
Right, Nick. I'll strike up a conversation with her as soon as we get aboard. Nick, I want you to meet Miss Edwards, Mr. Carter. How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Delighted to meet you, Miss Edwards.
I noticed you coming out on the launch.
Well, it's always flattering to be noticed by a pretty girl.
Thank you.
Miss Bowen and I were both wondering why a girl like you would be visiting a place like this, alone.
See that piano over there in the roulette room? Yes. My brother Bill played that piano until last night. Oh. Did he lose his job? I don't know.
You don't know?
No. All I know is he didn't come home last night. You see, we live together in Thompson's Cove. I have a job there.
And you've come out here to find out what happened to your brother?
If I can, Mr. Carter. I'm terribly worried.
Well, possibly I can be of some assistance.
Oh, if you only could.
I think the first step in that direction is the present piano player. I'll go over and have a chat with him.
No more bets. No more bets. Number 13.
Why'd you stop playing the piano so abruptly, son?
I don't like that number much.
How about playing tunes busting out all over?
I don't like that one either.
You're new here, aren't you?
Kinda.
What happened to the former piano player? The one who played here last night?
I got no idea.
That's all.
Any idea who could tell me about the other piano player?
Say, why don't you mind your own business?
Why, I'm just curious to find out. Why do you stop right in the middle of a tune?
Listen, Nosey, you come out here to gamble or talk to me?
I like to see what...
Mr. Carter.
Yes, who are you?
Never mind.
But you know my name.
Sure. So does the boss. Matter of fact, the boss wants to see you in his office right away.
I'll be delighted to meet the boss. As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask someone for a proper introduction.
Okay. Follow me. I'll introduce you good and proper. Here's Mr. Carter, boss.
Hello, Nick Carter.
How do you do? Don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Simmons the name. Dutch Simmons.
Glad to know you. And your friend here?
My name's Gus. Gus Jones.
Well, gentlemen, now that we're acquainted...
Quarter, I want to know what you're doing on this ship.
Isn't my money as good as any other sucker's?
I don't like that crack, Carter. This is an honest ship.
I never heard of a gambling ship that was honest.
How would you know whether or not we're honest? You haven't been gambling. We spotted you the minute you got aboard. And we know you're a private eye giving us the once-over. Who are you working for?
Why, you should know that it's unethical for me to divulge the name of a client.
That's a laugh. A private dick talking about ethics.
Some of us are on the level.
And by the way, who are your two girlfriends?
One is my assistant, Miss Bowen. And the other is a Miss Ethel Edwards, whose brother played the piano in your roulette room. Until last night.
Oh, yeah. Bill Edwards. Nice kid.
What happened to him?
How should I know?
He didn't go home last night. Strange, a youngster should just vanish.
So you're working for the kid's sister?
Could be.
Well, you're entirely too inquisitive, Mr. Carter. And if I ever see you on the ship again, maybe you'll vanish, too.
Tough, aren't you?
Tough enough to handle you. Gus.
Yeah, boss?
Take Carter and his assistant and his new girlfriend to the next launch.
Okay.
And see that they get back to shore.
Well, that was quite a ship.
Yeah. Fantastic, isn't it? The way people flock to a place like that just to lose their money.
My brother Bill says they do a big business.
Expensive layout, all right. Now we've got to figure out how to get back there. Miss Bowen and I have been barred.
Barred? Uh-huh. Why?
Miss Edwards, I'm a private detective, and Miss Bowen is my assistant.
Oh.
I'm investigating something on the ship for a client. But when I heard about your missing brother, I decided I'd look into that, too.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Hope you can find out what's happened to him.
I will, if it's at all possible. And I think I'll start by having a chat with the pilot of this launch.
Oh, we better wait for you back here, Nick.
All right, Patsy. I'll only be a moment.
Okay.
Nice night, Skipper.
Nice enough.
Suppose you sometimes get rough weather.
Sometimes.
What do you do when it gets really tough?
Don't run.
But how do the customers get back and forth to the ship, then?
They don't.
Oh. And I suppose you decide if the ship will be open for business each evening.
Yeah, that's about it, mister.
Ah. I should think the owners of the ship would certainly value your services.
Not too much. I've been working here for more than a year and got no raise yet.
Oh? Well, how about the men who work on the ship? Do the bosses treat them pretty well? Financially, I mean?
I wouldn't know, mister. You know somebody back there on the ship?
Just a kid who plays the piano.
Who's that?
Bill Edwards.
Nice kid. Haven't seen him in a couple of days.
You mean he didn't come back with you last night?
No, he didn't, and he usually writes... Say, why are you asking me all these questions?
Thanks, Skipper. See you again.
Yeah, wait a minute. What can I take a look?
Well, Nick, learn anything?
Miss Edwards, the pilot tells me your brother didn't return to shore last night. Unless he swam.
But Bill isn't a very good swimmer, and he wouldn't try to swim ashore. It's too far.
That's what I'm afraid of, Patsy.
He's dead, Mr. Carter. I just know it. I had a feeling... Don't cry, Ethel. We don't know what's happened to him yet.
Mr. Carter, you said you'd help me.
And I will. I'm going through with this investigation now, no matter what happens.
So, a casual look into a possible gambling swindle on Nick's part suddenly turns into a murder investigation. Or is it murder? We'll see in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing piano player. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following morning. Nick is in John Reardon's hotel room at Thompson's Cove, where Reardon has come to hear Nick's first report.
Mr. Reardon, that gambling ship is run by a group of dangerous men.
I thought so.
They warned me not to return to the ship, or I'd vanish.
Well, why?
Because I think I may be on the track of a murder.
Murder?
That's right. A young piano player named Bill Edwards.
I remember him.
Why?
Why, I liked his music.
Well, this kid was playing the piano in the roulette room until the night before last. Then he vanished.
How do you know?
Miss Bowen and I met his sister on the launch going out to the ship.
And?
From what she told us, Mr. Reardon, young Bill Edwards is a prisoner on that ship. Or dead.
You notified the police?
No, because I'm not sure of anything yet.
Well, in the meantime, how about that roulette wheel? Is it crooked? Is it fixed?
Shouldn't be at all surprised after my conversation with Mr. Dutch Zinman and his pal Gus. I also think it may have something to do with the piano.
Piano, eh?
Yes. Right now, my main problem is getting back to the ship.
And how do you intend to do that?
I've decided to take your case.
Good, very good.
But I'm afraid it's going to cost you some extra money for a bribe.
How much?
Possibly $500, possibly $1,000.
That's nothing compared to what I've lost out there. Agreed.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Your call, please?
Thompson's Cove, 7386, extension 8.
7386, extension 8.
Right.
One moment, please.
What are you doing, Carter? Calling the ship. Phone number was on the guest card I got from this hotel. The extension I recall from Mr. Dutch Zimmern's phone in his office.
Hello?
Hello? Is Gus there?
This is Gus. Who's this?
This is Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? What?
Gus? How'd you like to pick up an extra $500?
For what?
Thought that for $500 you'd see that I got back on that ship.
That's a tough thing to arrange, Carter. The boss don't like you. I can't guarantee what'd happen.
All right. How about 1,000?
Okay. It's a deal. But I won't promise what'll happen after you get aboard.
I'll worry about that. Just meet me in Curran's Bar and Grill in Thompson's Cove this afternoon at 4. Have another drink, Gus?
Might as well. What's the matter? You ain't touched yours.
I will later. Waiter?
Yeah.
Another of the same.
Yeah, coming up.
This booze sure tastes funny.
Just your imagination. Gus, what do you know about Bill Edwards?
Nice kid. Good piano player, too. It's too bad.
What happened to him?
He disappeared.
Where? Isn't he somewhere on the ship?
Here you are, mister.
Oh, thanks, waiter.
Right.
Well, Gus, drink hearty.
Yeah. Sure.
What happened to Bill Edwards, Gus?
Bill Edwards?
Yes. Where is he?
He's dead.
Where?
Got funny tasting booze in this joint.
How did Bill Edwards die, Gus? Where's his body?
There was an old anchor on the bow of the ship. Been there for years. Ain't there now. We had to use it. Yeah. We used it.
So that's the answer.
Huh?
Thank you, Gus. You've helped a lot.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hello, Matty. Nick.
Nick, where are you?
Thompson's Cove Hotel. Matty, can you come out here right away?
What's up? Thought you were on a vacation.
Been interrupted by a murder, and I need a little police cooperation, and fast.
Can do, Nick. So happens I know the police officers out there very well.
Fine. Can you come right out?
Sure. Things are quiet here in town.
Thanks, Matty. And be sure to wear your old clothes.
Why?
I've arranged a fishing expedition for you.
Big crowd here tonight, Nick.
Yes, but it's amazing the way people like to get rid of money. Good evening, Tex.
Ah, you here again?
This is Miss Bowen.
Hi.
Hi. I enjoy your playing very much.
Thanks.
Miss Bowen and I were wondering why you don't use the entire keyboard.
I don't get you.
You never seem to play on the extreme bass or the extreme treble. It's such a fine instrument, it's a shame not to use the whole keyboard.
Why don't you two go away and play games?
I told you to stay off this ship, Carter.
Oh, hello, Dutch. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
Carter, this thing you feel in the middle of your back is a gun.
That's what I thought.
Start walking to my office.
Mind if I come along?
You stay here. I'm going to have a little talk with your boyfriend. Alone.
I guess you're not wanted, Patsy. See you later.
All right, Nick. I'll be waiting for you.
You were a fool to come back, Carter. I warned you.
I remember, Dutch. You used to said if I ever came back here, I'd vanish. Like Bill Edwards.
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Open that door.
Come in, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon?
Yes. Close the door, Dutch.
Sure, Reardon.
And no sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
That is certainly an unexpected turn of events. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the missing piano player. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story where we left off, as Reardon says to Dutch and Nick.
No sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
What's the idea, Reardon? Why the gun?
Looks like he's gone screwy, Dutch.
Shut up, Gus. I'll do the talking.
Reardon, what are you doing here?
This is my office, Carter.
Our office.
So you boys are partners in this racket.
Nice deduction, Carter.
I wondered how long it'd take for you to come out in the open, Reardon. But why the gun?
Gus and Dutch are going to do some explaining.
So you hired Carter?
Correct. I hired him to check up on you two.
Why, you?
Now, perhaps you'll tell me why you've brought Carter in here at the point of a gun?
He's too nosy.
Been asking too many questions. He knows too much.
That's right. He knows too much about a crooked roulette for you.
You mean to say that this smart aleck has been telling you...
Let's listen to what Carter has to say, Dutch. Speak up, Carter.
Gladly, Mr. Reardon. At first, inasmuch as you seem to know Dutch so well, will you be good enough to tell him to take that automatic out of my spine?
You heard him, Dutch. Drop the gun on the floor.
You'll be sorry for this, Reardon.
Thanks.
Well, Carter, how about that roulette for you?
It's fixed.
That's a lie.
Prove it.
Quiet, both of you. All right, Carter. Prove it.
You'll take that piano apart, you'll find the answer. There are wires under the rug, from the piano to the roulette wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, the piano starts playing. At a signal from the croupier, the piano player who faces the croupier stops playing abruptly.
You're crazy, Carter.
Go ahead, Carter.
I noticed that the pianist never touches the extreme treble or bass keys except when he stops playing. Then he does press a certain key at one end or the other. A key in the bass for black, a key in the treble for red. It's as simple as that, Reardon.
So much for the mechanics. What else?
This fact should also be of interest to you. Some of the customers are very pally with the croupier, and they're always the same customers.
Listen, Carter, you...
And these customers walk away from that table with some handsome winnings. Winnings in which you do not share, Reardon, but in which Dutch and Gus do.
Reardon, are you going to believe this bum Carter or us?
I'm going to believe Carter. Carter doesn't lie.
All right, Reardon, what are you going to do about it?
Just this, Dutch. I'm going to dissolve our partnership here and now.
Hey, Dutch, he's gonna say...
What's the idea of knocking me over, Carter? Huh?
You don't want to be a killer, too, Reardon.
Don't move, any of you.
Oh, hi, Matty. It's good to see you.
You all right, Nick?
Right as rain.
What's the score, Nick?
My client here decided to become a killer, so I tackled him and the shots went wild.
What's this all about, Carter? Why are the cops?
It's about a murder. Matty?
Yeah?
Did you and the local police find that anchor?
We did, Nick. Under the bow of this ship. To a young Bill Edwards' body tied to it.
There are your killers, Matty. Dutch Zimmern and Gus Jones.
Nice going, Nick. Take them away, boys.
You can't take me.
This guy's crazy.
And if the bullets you guys pumped into young Bill Edwards before you dropped him over the side don't finish putting you in the hot seat, I'll turn in my badge. Let's go.
Well, Nick, another case history to type. Just as I had everything in the office cleaned up and ready for filing.
I'll give you something to do while I catch some fish.
Oh, you. Oh, you know, Nick, you haven't told me how you knew where to find Bill Edwards' body. I'll need the facts for the file.
Scopolamine, Patsy.
Huh?
Scopolamine. It's a truth serum. The kind of stuff the Germans used to get information out of their prisoners during the war.
I don't follow you.
You recall I had a date with Gus in a bar?
Yeah.
Well, scopolamine is a drug that makes a man unable to avoid telling the truth. I put some in the drinks I bought for him.
Oh.
Then I asked him about young Edwards. The minute he mentioned the anchor, I knew the answer. I called the local police. When they dragged the bottom under the bow of that ship, they found what they were after, unfortunately.
And you found more than you bargained for.
Yes, very true, Patsy. I realized that Reardon had a little private grudge to settle as soon as he recognized the name of Bill Edwards.
Uh-huh.
But murder? Well, that's something more than we bargained for.
Well, now that that's settled, I suppose you're going back to Sandy Point.
Right, Patsy. Back to Sandy Point and some fishing. And this time I hope to catch nothing but fish.
Well, Nick, can you give us a hint or two on the adventure that Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Certainly can, Bob. It started out with a dish of macaroni in a one-arm lunchroom.
A dish which contained more than macaroni, I might add.
And which led us into strange and devious paths. First, we landed in an unused heating furnace.
Then a trash can on the corner.
Wait a minute. What were you looking for?
A small metal capsule that was worth a fortune.
And that turned into a miniature bomb at the end.
It certainly sounds unusual. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wandering Macaroni.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Bryce Disk, Jr. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
A gambling ship, Nick. That sounds exciting.
If you call losing your money exciting, Patsy, you're right. But I'm not going out there for the fun of it.
Oh, I suppose you'd rather go fishing.
I certainly would. And I'd rather fish for fish than for a murderer.
Now for the case of the missing piano player. Today's thrilling Nick Carter adventure, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the roulette room of the gambling ship, which is anchored off the Atlantic coast. Several customers are gathered about the large roulette table as the croupier prepares to spin the wheel.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen, that's all. No more bets.
Hey, Bill, stop playing a minute.
Yeah, Gus?
No more music. The boss wants to see you in his office.
Oh, okay, Gus. What's wrong?
Come on.
What's wrong, Gus? Can't you tell me?
The boss will talk about that. Inside, Bill.
Okay.
Hello, Edwards.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Simmons?
Yes. Why haven't you been following my orders?
I was hired to play the piano, not the customers.
You know what you were supposed to do when you took the job.
I took the job because I needed it, but I've been thinking it over, and I've decided that a crooked roulette wheel is not in my line.
You knew the wheel was fixed when we hired you.
That's why you was hired. Now you're welching on the deal.
And I want to know why.
Well, I got a sister to take care of.
What's that to us?
Just this, Mr. Dutch Simmons. I've decided to quit.
Don't you know nobody quits this racket once he's in it?
I just want to get out of here. My sister's a swell gal, and I just can't afford to stay around here and end up behind the 8-ball.
You're behind the 8-ball right now, Edwards.
And it's mighty black, too.
I don't want to...
Take care of things.
Sure, boss. Sure.
Well, what are you going to do?
You're going for a little walk, Edwards. A little walk with Gus. Up to the bow of the ship.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
you about finished with our case histories?
Don't worry, Mr. Carter. They'll all be nicely typed and ready for filing before you go away on your vacation. I don't see why I had to go. Oh, someone at the door, Nick. I'll go.
Thanks, Patsy.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, hello, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. What cooks?
Me. I'm off for a vacation, fishing.
Yeah?
Just called to say that Patsy will know where I am if anything develops that requires my attention.
It won't. Where you going?
Sandy Point.
I wish I was going along with you.
So do I, Matty. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, Nick. Have fun.
Nick, this is Mr. John Redden.
How do you do, Mr. Redden? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Redden has a problem, Nick. I told him you were just about to go away, but he's very anxious to talk to you about one of your pet hates, gambling.
Oh, that's so? Well, just what's your difficulty, Mr. Redden?
A gambling ship. I've lost a great deal of money on it.
But why come to me about that?
I'm convinced that the roulette wheel on the ship is crooked. If I can prove it, that is, if I can get you to prove it, I may be able to get back some of my losses.
Sorry I can't help you, Mr. Redden, but I'm off on a fishing trip.
Mr. Redden, if you're convinced that this gambling ship is crooked, why don't you go to the police?
Well, in the first place, I can't afford the publicity, and in the second place, the police would merely raid the ship and shut it down, and I'd have no chance to get back my losses.
Oh.
Mr. Carter.
Yes?
I've heard about your big hobby, your downtown boys club.
Well?
If you'll look into this matter for me, I'm prepared to make a very substantial donation to your boys club.
What? Oh, Nick, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Where is this gambling ship?
Anchored off the coast, reached by launch from the town of Thompson's Cove.
Thompson's Cove? Why, that's only a few miles from Sandy Point, where I'm going for my week of fishing.
Well, then...
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Redden. I'll take a look at this gambling ship. If I find anything, I'll take your case.
I can't ask for any more than that.
But, just why do you think this gambling ship isn't on the level?
Mr. Carter, I'm convinced the roulette wheel is fixed. Trouble is, I don't know just how it's done.
That kind of evidence isn't very satisfactory in a courtroom.
Well, if we can just find out how it's done, I can confront the gambling syndicate with the facts and...
Get back your money and close up the ship.
That's it.
Well, Mr. Redden, I'll take a run out there and have a look. Suggest you meet me at the hotel at Thompson's Cove in a couple of days, and I'll give you my decision.
I'll do that, Mr. Carter. And I'm grateful to you.
Well, don't be grateful yet. Good day, Mr. Redden.
Good day, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen?
Goodbye, Mr. Redden.
Well, Patsy, you better hurry up and finish those case histories.
Oh, Nick, why do I have...
I'll need you with me when I go out to that gambling ship tomorrow night.
Well, why didn't you say so? That's different. You mean we don't have to pay to ride on this launch?
No. The gambling ship provides free transportation to its guests.
Oh. Hey, there are some prosperous-looking people on board, Nick.
They have to be to play roulette.
Nick?
Hmm?
You see that young girl over by the rail? She can't be over 18.
Pretty, too.
I wonder why she's going out to the ship. She seems to be alone.
You know, Patsy, I think that'd be a good idea if you try to find out. She's not the gambling type at all.
Right, Nick. I'll strike up a conversation with her as soon as we get aboard. Nick, I want you to meet Miss Edwards, Mr. Carter. How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Delighted to meet you, Miss Edwards.
I noticed you coming out on the launch.
Well, it's always flattering to be noticed by a pretty girl.
Thank you.
Miss Bowen and I were both wondering why a girl like you would be visiting a place like this, alone.
See that piano over there in the roulette room? Yes. My brother Bill played that piano until last night. Oh. Did he lose his job? I don't know.
You don't know?
No. All I know is he didn't come home last night. You see, we live together in Thompson's Cove. I have a job there.
And you've come out here to find out what happened to your brother?
If I can, Mr. Carter. I'm terribly worried.
Well, possibly I can be of some assistance.
Oh, if you only could.
I think the first step in that direction is the present piano player. I'll go over and have a chat with him.
No more bets. No more bets. Number 13.
Why'd you stop playing the piano so abruptly, son?
I don't like that number much.
How about playing tunes busting out all over?
I don't like that one either.
You're new here, aren't you?
Kinda.
What happened to the former piano player? The one who played here last night?
I got no idea.
That's all.
Any idea who could tell me about the other piano player?
Say, why don't you mind your own business?
Why, I'm just curious to find out. Why do you stop right in the middle of a tune?
Listen, Nosey, you come out here to gamble or talk to me?
I like to see what...
Mr. Carter.
Yes, who are you?
Never mind.
But you know my name.
Sure. So does the boss. Matter of fact, the boss wants to see you in his office right away.
I'll be delighted to meet the boss. As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask someone for a proper introduction.
Okay. Follow me. I'll introduce you good and proper. Here's Mr. Carter, boss.
Hello, Nick Carter.
How do you do? Don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Simmons the name. Duff Simmons.
Glad to know you. And your friend here?
My name's Gus. Gus Jones.
Well, gentlemen, now that we're acquainted...
Quarter, I want to know what you're doing on this ship.
Isn't my money as good as any other sucker's?
I don't like that crack, Carter. This is an honest ship.
I never heard of a gambling ship that was honest.
How would you know whether or not we're honest? You haven't been gambling. We spotted you the minute you got aboard. And we know you're a private eye giving us the once-over. Who are you working for?
Why, you should know that it's unethical for me to divulge the name of a client.
That's a laugh. A private dick talking about ethics.
Some of us are on the level.
And by the way, who are your two girlfriends?
One is my assistant, Miss Bowen. And the other is a Miss Ethel Edwards, whose brother played the piano in your roulette room. Until last night.
Oh, yeah. Bill Edwards. Nice kid.
What happened to him?
How should I know?
He didn't go home last night. Strange, a youngster should just vanish.
So you're working for the kid's sister?
Could be.
Well, you're entirely too inquisitive, Mr. Carter. And if I ever see you on the ship again, maybe you'll vanish, too.
Tough, aren't you?
Tough enough to handle you. Gus.
Yeah, boss?
Take Carter and his assistant and his new girlfriend to the next launch.
Okay.
And see that they get back to shore.
Well, that was quite a ship.
Yeah. Fantastic, isn't it? The way people flock to a place like that just to lose their money.
My brother Bill says they do a big business.
Expensive layout, all right. Now we've got to figure out how to get back there. Miss Bowen and I have been barred.
Barred? Uh-huh. Why?
Miss Edwards, I'm a private detective, and Miss Bowen is my assistant.
Oh.
I'm investigating something on the ship for a client. But when I heard about your missing brother, I decided I'd look into that, too.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Hope you can find out what's happened to him.
I will, if it's at all possible. And I think I'll start by having a chat with the pilot of this launch.
Oh, we better wait for you back here, Nick.
All right, Patsy. It'll only be a moment.
Okay.
Nice night, Skipper.
Nice enough.
Suppose you sometimes get rough weather.
Sometimes.
What do you do when it gets really tough?
Don't run.
But how do the customers get back and forth to the ship, then?
They don't.
Oh. And I suppose you decide if the ship will be open for business each evening.
Yeah, that's about it, mister.
Ah. I should think the owners of the ship would certainly value your services.
Not too much. I've been working here for more than a year and got no raise yet.
Oh? Well, how about the men who work on the ship? Do the bosses treat them pretty well? Financially, I mean?
I wouldn't know, mister. You know somebody back there on the ship?
Just a kid who plays the piano.
Who's that?
Bill Edwards.
Nice kid. Haven't seen him in a couple of days.
You mean he didn't come back with you last night?
No, he didn't, and he usually writes... Say, why are you asking me all these questions?
Thanks, Skipper. See you again.
Yeah, wait a minute. What can I take a look?
Well, Nick, learn anything?
Miss Edwards, the pilot tells me your brother didn't return to shore last night. Unless he swam.
But Bill isn't a very good swimmer, and he wouldn't try to swim ashore. It's too far.
That's what I'm afraid of, Patsy.
He's dead, Mr. Carter. I just know it. I had a feeling... Don't cry, Ethel. We don't know what's happened to him yet. Mr. Carter, you said you'd help me.
And I will. I'm going through with this investigation now, no matter what happens.
So, a casual look into a possible gambling swindle on Nick's part suddenly turns into a murder investigation. Or is it murder? We'll see in just a moment. back to the case of the missing piano player. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following morning. Nick is in John Reardon's hotel room at Thompson's Cove, where Reardon has come to hear Nick's first report.
Mr. Reardon, that gambling ship is run by a group of dangerous men.
I thought so.
They warned me not to return to the ship, or I'd vanish.
Well, why?
Because I think I may be on the track of a murder.
Murder?
That's right. A young piano player named Bill Edwards.
I remember him.
Why?
Why, I liked his music.
Well, this kid was playing the piano in the roulette room until the night before last. Then he vanished.
How do you know?
Miss Bone and I met his sister on the launch going out to the ship.
And?
From what she told us, Mr. Reardon, young Bill Edwards is a prisoner on that ship. Or dead.
You notified the police?
No, because I'm not sure of anything yet.
Well, in the meantime, how about that roulette wheel? Is it crooked? Is it fixed?
Shouldn't be at all surprised after my conversation with Mr. Dutch Zimmern and his pal Gus. I also think it may have something to do with the piano.
Piano, eh?
Yes. Right now, my main problem is getting back to the ship.
And how do you intend to do that?
I've decided to take your case.
Good, very good.
But I'm afraid it's going to cost you some extra money for a bribe.
How much?
Possibly $500, possibly $1,000.
That's nothing compared to what I've lost out there. Agreed.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Your call, please?
Thompson's Cove, 7386, extension 8.
7386, extension 8?
Right.
One moment, please.
What are you doing, Carter?
Calling the ship. Phone number was on the guest card I got from this hotel. The extension I recall from Mr. Dutch Zimmern's phone in his office.
Hello?
Hello? Is Gus there?
This is Gus. Who's this?
This is Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? What?
Gus? How'd you like to pick up an extra $500?
For what?
Thought that for $500 you'd see that I got back on that ship.
That's a tough thing to arrange, Carter. The boss don't like you. I can't guarantee what'd happen.
All right. How about $1,000?
Okay. It's a deal. But I won't promise what'll happen after you get aboard.
I'll worry about that. Just meet me in Curran's Bar and Grill in Thompson's Cove this afternoon at 4. Have another drink, Gus?
Might as well. What's the matter? You ain't touched yours.
I will later. Waiter?
Yeah.
Another of the same.
Yeah, coming up.
This booze sure tastes funny.
Just your imagination. Gus, what do you know about Bill Edwards?
Nice kid. Good piano player, too. It's too bad.
What happened to him?
He disappeared.
Where? Isn't he somewhere on the ship?
Here you are, mister.
Oh, thanks, waiter.
Right.
Well, Gus, drink hearty.
Yeah. Sure.
What happened to Bill Edwards, Gus?
Bill Edwards?
Yes. Where is he?
He's dead.
Where?
Got funny tasting booze in this joint.
How did Bill Edwards die, Gus? Where's his body?
There was an old anchor on the bow of the ship. Been there for years. Ain't there now. We had to use it. Yeah. We used it.
So that's the answer.
Huh?
Thank you, Gus. You've helped a lot.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hello, Matty. Nick.
Nick, where are you?
Thompson's Cove Hotel. Matty, can you come out here right away?
What's up? Thought you were on a vacation.
Been interrupted by a murder, and I need a little police cooperation, and fast.
Can do, Nick. So happens I know the police officers out there very well.
Fine. Can you come right out?
Sure. Things are quiet here in town.
Thanks, Matty. And be sure to wear your old clothes.
Why?
I've arranged a fishing expedition for you.
Big crowd crowd here tonight, Nick.
Yes, but it's amazing the way people like to get rid of money. Good evening, Tex.
Ah, you here again?
This is Miss Bowen.
Hi.
Hi. I enjoy your playing very much.
Thanks.
Miss Bowen and I were wondering why you don't use the entire keyboard.
I don't get you.
You never seem to play on the extreme bass or the extreme treble. It's such a fine instrument, it's a shame not to use the whole keyboard.
Why don't you two go away and play games?
I told you to stay off this ship, Carter.
Oh, hello, Dutch. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
Carter, this thing you feel in the middle of your back is a gun.
That's what I thought.
Start walking to my office.
Mind if I come along?
You stay here. I'm going to have a little talk with your boyfriend. Alone.
I guess you're not wanted, Patsy. See you later.
All right, Nick. I'll be waiting for you.
You were a fool to come back, Carter. I warned you.
I remember, Dutch. You used to said if I ever came back here, I'd vanish. Like Bill Edwards.
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Open the door.
Come in, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon?
Yes. Close the door, Dutch. Sure, Reardon. And no sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
Well, that is certainly an unexpected turn of events. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the missing piano player. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story where we left off, as Reardon says to Dutch and Nick.
No sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
What's the idea, Reardon? Why the gun?
Looks like he's gone screwy, Dutch.
Shut up, Gus. I'll do the talking.
Reardon, what are you doing here?
This is my office, Carter.
Our office. So you boys are partners in this racket.
Nice deduction, Carter.
I wondered how long it'd take for you to come out in the open, Reardon. But why the gun?
Gus and Dutch are going to do some explaining.
So you hired Carter?
Correct. I hired him to check up on you two.
Why, you?
Now, perhaps you'll tell me why you've brought Carter in here at the point of a gun?
He's too nosy.
Been asking too many questions. He knows too much.
That's right. He knows too much about a crooked roulette for you.
You mean to say that this smart aleck has been telling you...
Let's listen to what Carter has to say, Dutch. Speak up, Carter.
Gladly, Mr. Reardon. At first, inasmuch as you seem to know Dutch so well, will you be good enough to tell him to take that automatic out of my spine?
You heard him, Dutch. Drop the gun on the floor.
You'll be sorry for this, Reardon.
Thanks.
Well, Carter, how about that roulette wheel?
It's fixed.
That's a lie.
Prove it.
Quiet, both of you. All right, Carter. Prove it.
You'll take that piano apart, you'll find the answer. There are wires under the rug from the piano to the roulette wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, the piano starts playing. At a signal from the croupier, the piano player who faces the croupier stops playing abruptly.
You're crazy, Carter.
Go ahead, Carter.
I noticed that the pianist never touches the extreme treble or bass keys except when he stops playing. Then he does press a certain key at one end or the other. A key in the bass for black, a key in the treble for red. It's as simple as that, Reardon.
So much for the mechanics. What else?
This fact should also be of interest to you. Some of the customers are very pally with the croupier, and they're always the same customers.
Listen, Carter,
And these customers walk away from that table with some handsome winnings. Winnings in which you do not share, Reardon, but in which Dutch and Gus do.
Reardon, are you going to believe this bum, Carter, or us?
I'm going to believe Carter. Carter doesn't lie.
All right, Reardon, what are you going to do about it?
Just this, Dutch. I'm going to dissolve our partnership here and now.
Hey, Dutch, he's gonna say...
What's the idea of knocking me over, Carter? Huh?
You don't want to be a killer, too, Reardon.
Don't move, any of you.
Oh, hi, Matty. It's good to see you.
You all right, Nick?
Right as rain.
What's the score, Nick?
My client here decided to become a killer, so I tackled him and the shots went wild.
What's this all about, Carter? Why are the cops?
It's about a murder. Matty?
Yeah?
Did you and the local police find that anchor?
We did, Nick. Under the bow of this ship. With young Bill Edwards' body tied to it.
There are your killers, Matty. Dutch Zimmern and Gus Jones.
Nice going, Nick. Take them away, boys.
You can't take me.
This guy's crazy.
And if the bullets you guys pumped into young Bill Edwards before you dropped him over the side don't finish putting you in the hot seat, I'll turn in my badge. Let's go.
Well, Nick, another case history to type, just as I had everything in the office cleaned up and ready for filing.
I'll give you something to do while I catch some fish.
Oh, you. Oh, you know, Nick, you haven't told me how you knew where to find Bill Edwards' body. I'll need the facts for the file.
Scopolamine, Patsy.
Huh?
Scopolamine. It's a truth serum. The kind of stuff the Germans used to get information out of their prisoners during the war.
I don't follow you.
You recall I had a date with Gus in a bar?
Yeah.
Well, scopolamine is a drug that makes a man unable to avoid telling the truth. I put some in the drinks I bought for him.
Oh.
Then I asked him about young Edwards. The minute he mentioned the anchor, I knew the answer. I called the local police. When they dragged the bottom under the bow of that ship, they found what they were after, unfortunately.
And you found more than you bargained for.
Yes, very true, Patsy. I realized that Reardon had a little private grudge to settle as soon as he recognized the name of Bill Edwards.
Uh-huh.
But murder, that's something more than we bargained for.
Well, now that that's settled, I suppose you're going back to Sandy Point.
Right, Patsy. Back to Sandy Point and some fishing. And this time I hope to catch nothing but fish.
Well, Nick, can you give us a hint or two on the adventure that Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Certainly can, Bob. It started out with a dish of macaroni in a one-arm lunchroom.
A dish which contained more than macaroni, I might add.
And which led us into strange and devious paths. First we landed in an unused heating furnace.
Then a trash can on the corner.
Wait a minute. What were you looking for?
A small metal capsule that was worth a fortune.
And that turned into a miniature bomb at the end.
It certainly sounds unusual. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wandering Macaroni.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Bryce Disk, Jr. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And it's just that, night beat. Plodding, pounding pavements, always looking for that story that beats with the pulse of the city at night. There's a bite in the air. A penetrating drizzle goes through your bones. The tired, pallid faces look out at nothing through the streetcar windows. I turn up my collar and try to remind myself it's spring, but there's nothing warming in the thought. The city's got her makeup off and her hair down. Downbeat. I wander through the loop, walk through the deserted cavern of concrete that by day is LaSalle Street. Its tall gray buildings walling me in like giant tombstones. And just for a minute I feel like a kid in a graveyard. And like a kid, I reached for the light spilling out through the big plate glass window. There they were, the ones who inhabit the caves by night. A night army of cleanup women, busy like so many beavers with their mops and waxers, polishing the brass, the elevator doors, the mailboxes, the stairs. I watched the one nearest to me, dipping the brush, sloshing the suds, and wiping them up. She was old, white-haired, and small, not much bigger than a child. She seemed tired. She stopped, and then she looked up and saw me. And she smiled. I winked at her. She took a deep breath like a sigh, and she turned back to her pail. But she never made it. Let me in! Hey, you in there! Let me in! The other little beavers saw us, sprawled across the pail, and rushed to her, blocking my vision. Then one woman stood up, terror on her face. It wasn't much of a story, just an item for the obits. Mrs. Martha Orloff, age 62, scrub woman, death by natural causes, heart failure. Natural? What's natural about killing yourself with a scrub brush? The police came and took the body away, and the little beavers went back to work, and in half an hour you wouldn't have known it had happened. Yeah, you stand in the presence of death and you come up with a 2-line obit. That's all it would have been if the other scrub woman hadn't stopped me on my way out of the building.
Oh, mister, please.
Yeah?
Please excuse, but somebody should tell him.
Who?
Mrs. Orloff's boy.
Oh, the police will take care of that.
I don't think it right boy should learn his mother is dead through police. I would go myself, but they're very strict here. I would lose job.
Okay. What's his name?
I don't know. She just called him my boy.
All right, I'll find him.
Mister, please.
Now, what's the matter?
I don't know what to do with her stuff.
What stuff?
In her box, in the locker.
Oh, okay, let me see it. Mrs. Orloff shared a locker with 3 other women. The police had taken her purse, but her cardboard treasure chest and her coat they left behind. I opened the box. In it was a crushed corsage she'd picked up off some littered corridor, and a picture postcard that had caught her fancy, the Eiffel Tower in the sunlight. And a pair of latex knee pads. They had been issued to her, but she never used them. Even DuPont can't change the habits of a lifetime of drudgery. I left the cardboard box in the locker, but I took her coat. It was a shabby coat, but it was clean. In one pocket was a sack containing a sandwich, 2 slices of black bread with a little mayonnaise in between. In the other pocket, a pair of white gloves mended in the fingers and a door key pinned to the lining of the pocket with a safety pin. It's a funny thing. 4 million people in the town. They work to death, play to death, drink to death, and you rub shoulders with them every day. But you only meet a handful. I don't know why I felt drawn to Martha Orloff. Maybe it was because I was the last person she smiled at. I went over to her flat. She lived in Polish Town in a little walk-up tenement, the 2nd floor back. It was very late. In deference to the fire laws, a 20-watt bulb burned uncertainly in the hall. A heavy smell of cabbage and cooking grease lingered in the air. I knocked again and louder. If anybody was inside, they should have heard me. I didn't want to wake up the whole building, so I unpinned the key from her pocket. I opened the door, and I flicked on the light. It was Mother Hubbard's cupboard. It was bleak to the bone. 2 rooms with a kitchenette curtained off with faded cretonne. A little canned milk, a little black bread, 1 boiled potato, no rug on the floor. 1 cot with a lumpy mattress, and 1 poor withered geranium trying to live without light. But no sign of any sun, nothing in the place belonging to man or boy. But in the sideboard drawer there was something interesting. A package of money order receipts crisscrossed with rubber bands. Hundreds of them, all for the same amount, $2, and issued about a week apart, and all made out to the polio fund. And with the receipts, a personal letter from one of Chicago's richest women thanking Martha Orloff for her charity. An old lady scrubs floors, and every 2 weeks, every week, $2 go to the polio fund. Why? Well, the answer was right in front of me. All I had to do was look up. On the wall, a picture of a sickly, spindly boy about 12 years old, with braces on both legs.
Look, you no good bum. I told you don't come... Oh. I thought you are Stanley. What you doing here?
Who are you?
Never mind who I'm janitor. What you doing in Mrs. Orloff's flat?
I'm looking for a son.
Stanley?
Well, if that's his name, that's who I'm looking for.
You from the police?
I'm a newspaper man, Randy Stone. I came to tell him that his mother died tonight.
She died?
Yes. This his picture?
Yeah, that's Stanley. Died. I'm not surprised. She worked to death all the time. Scrub. What for? I tell her a million times, what for you work, Martha? Let that big hunk son take care of you. But no, he big lazy bum. Too good for work.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same kid?
Oh, that picture take 10, 12 years ago. The old cured now. He walked good like me, twice as strong as me.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to hear it. Well, would you notify him that his mother is dead?
Me? I don't tell that no good nothing.
All right, okay. I'll tell him. Now, where do I find him?
I don't know nothing about Stanley Orloff. I don't want to know nothing. She's just as good. Maybe she did. Just as good. All right, mister. You go now.
Without another word, he walked me down the stairs, ushered me out, and closed the front door, leaving me out there with a cold and some puzzled reactions. I stood in the recess of the doorway and tried to make up my mind. Should I forget about Stanley Orloff or not? The police would reach him somehow or other. They'd tell him. But then I'd never fill in the sketchy picture I had of a kid in braces and a scrub woman buying a money order every week for the polio fund. Yes, an old lady dies in front of you and she's no longer a stranger. You've got an obligation, so you find her son and you tell him. But where do you look? Yes, the letter in the sideboard drawer for Mrs. Genevieve Hall. The polio fund should know where Stanley Orloff was. I went back up. This time I was quieter. I opened the sideboard drawer, got the letter. Only when I went to shut it, it stuck. I tried to force it. The kid's picture fell to the floor. I stooped to pick it up just as the door opened.
What are you doing with Stanley's picture?
What's that? A girl stood in the doorway. She was tall, high cheekbones, and a broad forehead. Anybody else wearing a beacon bathrobe would have looked lumpy and misshapen, but not her. This is a very active place tonight.
You're the man from the newspaper, aren't you?
Yeah, Randy Stone.
I have to talk to you, but be quiet. Papa'd be mad. He thinks I'm in bed. What did he tell you about Stanley? Did he tell you Stanley was no good?
That's a pretty good summation.
Everybody says he's a bum. Well, if he is, it's her fault.
Her?
His mother. I'm glad she's dead. Always waiting on him, babying him, picking him up when he fell down. Why, he could walk a long time before she knew he could. And then when she found it out, you know what she told him? Stand on your own feet now, she said, and be a man. As if Stan Orloff wasn't more man than anybody on this block.
Haven't you got your little drama miscast? Seems to me the heavy in the piece is a bug by the name of poliomyelitis.
I don't know what that means. Probably smart talk, meaning you don't like Stanley like the rest of them.
Oh, but you do.
You bet I do. Stan could have been anything in the world. He's that smart. Just because he don't take any old job that's handed him, they say he's a bum. Because he wants to be something. To get out of this hole and live like a human being, they say he's no good.
Oh, but it's all right for his mother to break her back to support him, huh?
I don't like you.
Well, miss, you're just going to have to get in line.
I thought you were here to help Stanley, or I wouldn't have come up to talk to you.
Look, I don't know Stanley Orloff. I don't know his mother, unless watching somebody die constitutes an introduction. I came to give him a message, that's all. Now, if you'll tell me where to find him, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't mean that about his mother. It's just I get so mad. And I guess because I miss him.
Where does he live?
I don't know. He'd never tell me. Moved out of here 2 months ago. But he ran around with a fella for a while. I didn't like him. We had a fight about it. This fella runs the Ace High Club, but it's not a club. It's a pool hall. Maybe you could find Stan there.
What's the fella's name?
Brannigan. Ace Brannigan.
Thank you.
Oh, if you do find him...
You want me to tell him that a certain tall, black-eyed girl is still around, is that it?
I guess I was wrong.
I guess I do like you.
Olga! Olga, you upstairs?
It's Papa.
You come right down here.
She ran out of the flat like a frightened rabbit. I started to leave before I got thrown out. When I noticed that Mrs. Orloff's coat had fallen to the floor from the chair where I'd put it, it didn't seem right in a flat as frugally neat not to hang it up. I opened the closet door, and I suddenly felt guilty. Guilty for having eaten a square meal, and guilty for having a pair of $12 shoes. In the closet was one dress, and one pair of shoes half-soled, an all-black straw hat with a pink flower on it, a pair of slippers with one toe out, and a bathrobe, and a clean flannel nightgown that had been mended so much it looked quilted. The wardrobe of Martha Orloff. I closed the door. I picked the kid's picture up and I started to hang it back on the wall, and then I saw it. A bank book pasted to the back of the picture with a Scotch tape. A bank book belonging to Martha Orloff with a balance of $50,006. Martha Orloff, miser. Yes, my little obit that had been growing so nicely into a human interest yarn had fallen flat into a cliche. How do you figure it? A scrub woman in Polish town with a bank balance of $50,006. But there were some angles that didn't fit. Like that glorifying letter from Mrs. Genevieve Hall praising her generosity, and those piddling little weekly donations to the polio fund. I thought how ironic it was that I was sitting in a mansion on Lakeshore Drive waiting to discuss Martha Orloff. If Chicago had an aristocracy, Mrs. Hall would have been at least a duchess. She was strictly first family. Her father built an industrial empire on the lake shore when Mrs. O'Leary's cow was still a calf.
Mr. Stone, I tried to be friendly with the press, but was it necessary to waken me in the middle of the night?
I thought so.
Well, young man, get on with it. I'm no girl, you know, to be lollygagging in the parlor all night. What is it you want?
Mrs. Martha Orloff died tonight.
Orloff? Oh. So?
You wrote her this letter. She was one of your regular contributors, sent $2 every week.
Oh, of course, that dear little Polish woman. You say she died?
Yes, of heart failure. Tell me, what did you know about her?
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Stone? She was a generous, hard-working woman.
And her son?
He was stricken with infantile paralysis about 10 years ago. He had a slow recovery, and the fund took care of him, like so many others.
And those $2 donations?
Well, that should be clear even to a journalist. She wanted to pay us back naturally for what we'd done for him. She dedicated her life to it. We didn't want to take her money, but we couldn't refuse. I happen to know she went hungry many times, but she never failed to send the $2.
Or did she? I mean, did she go hungry?
Well, of course she did.
You're sure?
What are you trying to do? Take a simple act of charity and twist it into
Oh, no, please, relax. Mrs. Hall, I'm only trying to understand why Mrs. Orloff left a bank account of $50,000.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, see for yourself. Here's the bank.
Young man, I've been around a few years, and I know human nature. You can show me 20 bank books, and I still won't believe it. If she had any money, she would have given it to us. Why, last year when the polio fund fell short of its quota, she took it as a personal disaster. And you know what she did about it? Instead of resting her tired old heart on her days off, she baked pies and sold them in her neighborhood. She made $25 that way, and she gave every cent of it to the fund. Now, have you any more questions?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. Do you take contributions from the working press? The night was almost gone, but I couldn't quit. I had to have the full portrait of Martha Orloff and my story, my $50,000 story, and the elusive threads that would tie it up into a column of linotype. I went into a little all-night beanery and had a bite to eat. And while I was waiting for the coffee, I dug out the bank book again. $50,006. A lot of deposits. How did she do it? Now, wait a minute. There were a lot of deposits, all right, but it didn't add up. The book was practically full. There were pages of deposits, and there were just about as many withdrawals. At one time, her account got up to $50, and then she drew it down to $6. She left it that way for a long time, 11 months. And then these 3 big deposits within the last month, $25,000, $10,000, $15,000. Maybe Stanley Orloff had the answer to that one. The Ace High Club was sandwiched between a Polish theater and a second-hand store off Division Street, and militarily speaking, off limits. Business wasn't very brisk. One lone pool player was shooting a lethargic game. On the other table, a bull-necked individual was rolling dice. And against the wall, in a tilted chair, a mildewed club member was dozing under his hat. And over them all, a green glow hung like mold. One dice player looked up.
What's on your mind, John?
I'm looking for guys.
Yeah? Yeah. Lots of people looking for guys.
What's your point?
4. Cop?
A newspaper man. I'm looking for Stanley Orloff.
Never heard of him.
I was told I could find him here.
No dice. I gotta get that cushion fixed.
Yeah, do that. He looked at me in a cold, dead way. He was lying. That was obvious. It was also obvious that the interview was over. The drowsy individual was sitting up now, very alert. The pool player had transferred his interest from the game to me. And since I prefer to make an exit under my own steam, I walked out. But it didn't matter, because now I had an angle on the bank book. The money was hot. Stan Orloff was hot, and he was hiding out. And Mrs. Orloff had stashed the dough for him, protecting him even to that. All I needed to wrap up the story was a record of 3 stick-ups corresponding in amount and date to the 3 deposits. I grabbed a cab for the police station. It was a dull night in robbery detail. Sergeant Doyle was happy to break the monotony by dragging out his records.
Olson, Upstein, Otteson. No, Randy, no Orloff.
Well, how about suspicion of robbery? You ever bring him in for questioning?
No.
I don't get it. There's got to be an Orloff.
What do you want, facts or fiction?
Let me see those unsolved robberies again.
Now, look, Randy, if you're using this information to criticize the police force...
Oh, Doyle, relax. Did I ever say anything against the boys in blue? Okay, then, now, the month of May.
Here's a heist. Mink coat, some jewelry.
What was the value?
No. This stuff was recovered. Here's one. A chain store for $600.
Not enough.
Here's a gas station knocked over for $150 in the till. Never got a line.
No. 3 stick-ups, big one.
You want a big one? All right, here's a big one. $50,000.
Now, that's too big. Now, what about 25, 15, 10?
What do you want me to do, make change? What's wrong with $50,000 in one piece? What are you working on, anyway?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Yeah. Maybe it isn't 3. Maybe it is 1. Where was it?
What?
The big stick-up.
Oh, that was a candy store.
Candy store? $50,000?
That's right. And I don't mind telling you, that's one robbery I'd feel very happy if we never solved.
Well, that's a twist. How come?
Candy store. A guy by the name of Berg runs it, but it's a front. He's a bookie. We know he's a bookie, but we can't get anything on him. So a guy comes along and sticks him up for $50,000, and Berg comes yelling to the cops. Said it was his life savings.
Was there a suspect?
Yeah, but we couldn't hold him. Insufficient evidence.
Because you couldn't find the dough?
Yeah, that's right.
And his name was Stanley Orloff?
You're a stubborn guy, Randy. There's no Orloff on the record. Huh?
Oh.
Well, that's all.
All right, thank you, Sarge. Oh, say, what was his name?
Oh, who?
The suspect on the candy store heist.
Well, let me see. Brannigan. Yeah, that was his name. H. Brannigan.
Well, thank you. The meeting of the Ace High Club was still in session. The 3 members were just as I left them. Good evening, Mr. Brannigan.
Well, so now you know my name. That's real polite.
I'll be brief. Are you sure you don't know where Stanley Orloff is?
You're making me out a liar. Look, I told you before, I don't know him.
Well, all right. If you should get acquainted with him, will you give him a message for me?
Yeah? Like what?
Would you tell him that his mother died tonight? I went back to Mrs. Orloff's flat. I let myself in quietly and waited in the dark. All the threads were there now. If my hunch was right, all I had to do was wait and the story would tie itself up. Pretty soon I heard what I was waiting for. Footsteps. One dragging a little, like a limp. I couldn't see them. I was in the kitchen, but I heard them. And the man with the limp walked across the room to the sideboard.
Ace, it's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
The bank book. I have it right here, stuck on the back of the picture.
What are you trying, Orloff? A fast one?
Well, why should I do a thing like that?
I don't know. Maybe you think the use of your old lady's bank account is worth more than 10% of $50,000. Or maybe because you're going to inherit all that dough, you got ideas that belongs to you.
Oh, I wouldn't do a thing like that, honest, Ace.
Yeah. But then it's your old lady. She got wise to the whole setup.
But how could she? She didn't know the account was still open. I told her I took her last $6 months ago. Well, that book's got to be around here someplace.
Then find it.
Is this what you boys are looking for?
Huh? Oh, it's you again. Still looking for a guy?
I found him.
Give me that bank book.
It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Stanley now. An interesting angle. An old lady dies and her son inherits the proceeds of a stick-up.
Yeah, and it's all legal. Now, give me that book.
I think I'll keep it. Police might find it interesting. They might jump to the same conclusions I have.
That dough's mine, and I'm going to have it.
Well, sure, it's yours, but you're going to have a tough time getting it. You'll have to go to the cops and tell them how you got it and how come it's in somebody else's bank account.
Are you going to hand it over, or do I take it the hard way?
I didn't have any rebuttal for the gun he turned on me. I handed him the book as the door opened.
Olga, here you come back.
It was the janitor. He didn't see Ace and the kid. They'd stepped back into the shadows. He held a piece of paper out.
Olga say you friend for Mrs. Orloff. Maybe you take care of this paper, huh?
Sure, I'll take it. What is it?
I keep it for her, 'cause I'm on ground floor. She's always afraid there'll be fire. It get burned and... Stanley, what you do here? You not satisfied you kill your mother?
All right, Grandpa, you said your piece, Blow.
Oh, you are.
Oh, this is terrific.
Look, what's so funny?
Here, read it, Ace. The last will and testament of Martha Orloff.
Huh?
She leaves all her worldly goods, everything, to her favorite charity, the Polio Fund. And that means along with her other dress and her pair of shoes, the bank book.
What does it mean?
It means, Stanley, boy, that you can't touch this dough, either one of it.
But it's...
Yes, it's legal. You bet it's legal. As legal as an English barrister. Ace's face went white. He wasn't very bright, but he was bright enough to know that I had him by the tail feathers.
What are we going to do, Ace?
Do? Who's going to know about the will?
But they know, and... Oh, no. No, Ace, I don't want any part of that. I don't want...
Shut up. All right, Snooper, you open it. And watch your step.
Ace moved against the wall, his gun concealed, but he had a perfect beat on me. I opened the door, and there was the prettiest sight I've ever seen. Two big, ugly cops, and one of them was Sergeant Doyle.
Randy, you finally got me into the act. Which one of these guys is Orloff?
Oh, that's him, over there.
Thanks. Stanley Orloff?
Yeah?
I'm sorry, but we got bad news for you. Your mother died tonight. Her body's at the county morgue.
Well, it's 5 a.m. It's milk time. I should go home, but I haven't finished my column. There's one item left to write. What makes it tough, I've got a choice. One way I write it might make the front page. Bookie, hoodlums, swindle. The other way, it only amounts to an obit. Oh, but what an obit. I was tempted to tell the cops about the $50,000, but, well, they'd only give it back to the bookie, and then nobody wins. Yeah, it's dough thrown down a muddy track. The suckers don't know it, but all their little $2 on the nose and $2 to place and show is really going to buy something. Yeah, I got a full portrait of Martha Orloff now, framed in gold. $50,000 worth. Martha Orloff, patron of Polio Foundation, leaves fortune. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat. Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made with the Rexall Drug Company, like Rexall Mineral Oil, for example. This is the mineral oil specially refined for extra heavy body. What's more, Rexall Mineral Oil is tasteless, odorless, colorless, non-irritating, and non-habit forming. Quality like that is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, pardon me.
Huh?
You know where I might find Mr. Richard Diamond?
You want to hire him?
Yes.
Well, stop being so bashful, friend. Come in.
Thank you. You're Mr. Diamond?
Well, any resemblance to the Irish washerwoman is purely intentional.
Do you always do your own laundry?
Always. Keeps my petty cash from looking too petty. Sit down, Mr.
Baxter. Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, was a man I guess to be in his early 50s. Straight up, he crowded 6'3", counting the 2-inch heels on his handmade boots. Looking at him, I thought of an old Remington print and suddenly felt like singing a chorus of Home on the Range.
I'd like you to come to Okmulgee with me, Mr. Diamond.
Well, why, Mr. Baxter?
My brother was killed yesterday. The sheriff and the coroner said it was an accident. I don't believe it.
How did you happen to look me up?
I raise cattle, Mr. Diamond. I do a great deal of business in Chicago and New York. I wanted a detective with experience, someone with a good reputation.
Bless you.
I called a friend on Wall Street, and he recommended several men. One of them was you. I checked your background. I'm satisfied.
Oh, good. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Chicken feed. I'll pay it, and if you catch the man who done it, I'll give you a $1,000 bonus.
Oh, well, now, I can't leave right away. It'll take me at least 5 minutes to get my affairs in order.
Yeah, I can certainly see you appreciate a buck.
Mr. Baxter, I appreciate a buck like a Texan appreciates Texas.
Texas? Never heard of it.
How was your brother supposed to have been killed?
Thrown from his horse, skull fracture.
And you don't believe it?
I do not.
Why?
Too good a horseman.
Well, it could have happened.
Well, if it did, he'd have taken the fall right. Might have busted something, but wouldn't have killed him.
Anything else?
His wife. My brother was a wealthy man, Mr. Diamond. His wife will inherit everything. Ranch, cattle, all worth about $8 or $10 million.
You think she had something to do with his death?
You tell me, Mr. Diamond.
I called Helen, told her I was off to Okmulgee, promised I'd send her a couple of Navajos or whatever they had out there. Then I took Clay Baxter over to my flat and threw a few things into a suitcase.
Oklahoma's dry.
So's Richard Diamond.
Might get arrested.
Oh, I don't want to leave it here.
Wouldn't make any difference if it was empty, would it?
No.
Got a couple of glasses?
A fifth usually adds up to a full evening, but that's only when Clay Baxter isn't around. When he poured one for the road, the water line receded 6 inches. I had a quick one, and he finished it.
How'd that soldier?
How do you feel?
Oh, lively.
Why don't we forget the plane? You just start running for the window, and I'll climb on. Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Population 17,091, according to the last census, and very hot in August. Baxter's station wagon's waiting at the airport, and the driver took us into town, where I was introduced to the local law.
This here's Sheriff Billings.
How are you, Sheriff?
Jim, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective from New York.
Howdy, Diamond.
Howdy.
Private detective, huh?
Oh, I've been called other things.
Still ain't satisfied, huh, Clay?
Not yet. And you ain't either, and you know it, Jim.
How about it, Sheriff? You think Mr. Baxter's brother was killed deliberately?
Coroner says it was an accident. Hit his head on a rock.
That ain't what Mr. Diamond asked.
Well, Will Baxter was a pretty good rider, but he could have been thrown.
I don't...
All the evidence says he was. Could see plain where his horse bolted.
What could have made his horse shy?
Snake, maybe.
Not that horse, and you know it, Jim.
Well, maybe stepped in a chuck hole. He was limping right bad when he got back to the barn.
No signs of anyone else near the body?
Well, when I got there, some of Will's boys had already ridden out.
Who found him?
A couple old miners, Luke and Phineas Merriweather.
Well, let's go out to the ranch, Mr. Baxter, and take another look at the spot where your brother died.
Will Baxter's ranch is 40 miles from here, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd like to go out to my place and freshen up a bit first. You go ahead and shave and shower. I'm going to go build me a drink.
Hey, this is quite a place, Mr. Baxter.
Glad you like it. Take a swim in the pool if you'd want, but watch out for the catfish.
Catfish?
Why, I'm a bachelor. Don't use the pool much, and I don't usually have guests. Love catfish for dinner, so I keep them in the pool.
I caught a guy once floating bodies in his bathtub.
Don't say. Funny hobby.
I showered and shaved and met Baxter out by the pool where he was feeding his catfish. I watched a pound of liver disappear like lychee nuts in the Tong War, and we all headed back to town where we picked up Sheriff Billings. 40 miles later, we pulled up in front of the late Will Baxter's ranch. A little different architecture, but just as impressive as my client's.
Okay. Afternoon, Sheriff.
Oh, Wilma.
Afternoon, Wilma.
Wilma, this here's Mr. Richard Diamond. Wilma Baxter, my brother's wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Private detective. Come up from New York.
Oh? Well, why don't we all go in the house? It's too hot out here.
Mr. Diamond wants to go out and look at the spot where Will got himself killed.
Certainly. Have one of the boys fix you up with some horses. When you're done, why not stop back for dinner?
Mr. Diamond's eating with me, and he's going to be pretty busy for a while.
Now, I'll give you a rain check, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you.
I'd like you to tell me about New York. It's been a long time, and I've almost forgotten what it's like.
Let's go, Jim. It's getting late.
Bye, Mr. Diamond. Nice meeting you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter.
Seems all broken up, don't she?
Yeah. Where was she when her husband got killed?
Perfect alibi. In town all day. A lot of people saw her. Mighty fine-looking woman.
Mighty. We all rode down to the stables, and one of the hands saddled up 3 horses, and we started out across the open desert. For a man who had spent all his life riding around in taxicabs, the experience was just short of agonizing.
Just up ahead, Diamond.
Swell.
Never rode much, did you?
No, I always bounce like this. Like to make my money belt jingle.
Well, there it is. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Well, here's where they found the body.
Now, what did he hit his head on?
That rock right there.
Mm-hmm. Did you take an impression of the wound to see if it matched?
Nope.
Well, why not?
Never thought about it.
Well, that's a pretty good reason. Anyway, let's dig that rock out and take it back with us. I spent the next minutes limping around looking for something and came up with nothing except a longing for a hot Epsom salts bath. We dug up the large rock and took it back with us to Wilma Baxter's ranch.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Frank. This here's Mr. Diamond, Frank. Diamond, this is Frank Kelly, the ranch foreman.
Howdy. Detective fellow, huh? Miss Baxter told me about you. Said you was doing some investigating.
Yes, sirree. Scientific investigation. The way the city boys do it.
What you going to do with that raw?
Hopscotch. On second thought, I think we'll take turns untying the knots in my back.
Good warm shower, and you'll feel fit as a fiddle.
Well, I got a good start. I'm shaped like one.
You'll find it a little bit rough out here, Diamond.
Oh, I'll get used to it, Mr. Kelly.
I hope you're right. Ain't much like the big city.
Oh? Just what is the big city like, Mr. Kelly?
I ain't never been there. Just what I've noticed. Looks like a man can get pretty soft living in the city.
Well, I'd like to show you where I was brought up sometime, Mr. Kelly. We never got around to playing cowboy, though. We were too busy kicking each other's teeth out.
See you later, Mr. Baxter. So long, Sheriff.
I don't think Frank likes you, Diamond.
Well, what about Will Baxter's horse? I can take a look at him.
Right over there in that stall.
Really pulled up lame.
Oh, good horse. Never figured to shy at anything.
Man, look at that.
His hip's swollen.
Yeah, really twisted something. Steady, boy. Steady.
Hey, that looks like an infection.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It kind of does.
What are you getting at, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'm not getting into thing, Mr. Baxter. I just said it looked like an infection.
Yeah, we better tell Mrs. Baxter or Frank. Have someone take care of it.
Tell me, boys, if you jabbed a horse with something, would that make him bolt? Come on, I want to get back to town and talk with the coroner.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer said to me,
I wish I knew some way to be sure I'm getting enough vitamins. Some way that's easy, yes, and inexpensive, too.
Why, ma'am, millions of people have found the way to do that. They take Rexall Plenamins.
Plenamins?
Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules. Just 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established.
Well, you can't expect much more than that.
Yet Plenamins do give you more than that, for they also contain valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other factors of the vitamin B complex.
Say, they must be expensive.
On the contrary, ma'am, Rexall Plenamins cost you only a few pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere, and remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, look here, Jim. Ain't my word good enough?
Why, sure it is, Coroner, but Clay hired Mr. Diamond to do some investigating, and he's doing it.
Clay, I tell you, your brother died from natural causes.
I don't think so.
But if you insist, I'll show this detective fella the body.
I want the head wound matched with this rock.
Okay, but the mortuary ain't going to like it. They got him all ready to bury.
The coroner led me across the street and into a funeral parlor where I took a look at the late Will Baxter. 6 years with the 5th Precinct homicide and a couple of dozen killings should have conditioned me. But like always, the first look shakes something loose in the middle of my stomach, and I have to keep swallowing hard.
Looks right natural, don't he, Clay?
Yeah.
They do a good job here.
Bully for them.
He hit his head right here. Concussion, plain and simple.
No other marks or bruises?
No.
While the coroner rolled the late Will Baxter into one of the back rooms and made a comparison with the head wound and the rock we'd brought in from the ranch, we went out on the front porch for some air. I lit a cigarette and thought about an old case I'd worked on 5 or 6 years before.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Doc. Take a uni all right?
Funny thing.
Head wound doesn't match the rock.
Sure doesn't. Wound is too deep. Rock's round and flat. Nothing sticking up to go that deep.
Then I want an autopsy.
Why? Fracture still killed him.
I doubt it. When someone plans a murder, they don't count on one blow to do the trick.
But there's nothing else that could have done it.
Well, nothing you can see. I've met someone here in Okmulgee that I'm pretty sure is wanted for another killing very similar to this. Now, Doc, go make that autopsy and fast.
You think maybe you found something, Diamond? You think Will was killed deliberately?
Maybe, but we'll have to wait for the autopsy. In the meantime, I'd like to go out and visit those two old-timers.
Luke and Phineas?
That's right, Sheriff.
Well, it's mighty dangerous. Come on, I'll take you out.
You better wait here for the report. Mr. Baxter and I will go on out.
All right, you can use my horses, so you won't have to go all the way back to the ranch.
Horses?
Well, the Merriweathers are on the other side of town, out about 10 miles, no roads.
Oh, horses, 10 miles. I mean, never play kick the can again.
You really don't take to horses, do you, Diamond?
Maybe if you could find me a nice, long, thin one. Holy Ike. Whoa, steady.
That's one of the Merriweathers.
Well, let's get out of here. Come on, horse. Now, come on, I'm yellow, and I admit it.
Now, it's okay, Diamond. That's just the boys' way of letting you know not to come any farther, unless they say so.
Oh, swell greetings. What happens now?
Hey, up there! Luke! Phineas!
What you want?
It's Clay Baxter. I got a friend here who wants to talk to you.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? Hey, Baxter. Got some friend who wants to palaver. I don't feel like palavering. Better shoot him.
Giddy up. Just take it easy. Take it easy. They always act like this.
Phineas don't want to palaver. I got a shoot you if you don't promote.
It's important. About my brother.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? It's about his brother, the dead one we found t'other day. Oh, all right, I guess. Let one of them come up. Baxter?
Yeah, Luke?
Send your friend on up.
And up I went, leaving my better judgment running off across the desert. I climbed a small hill and found myself standing at the entrance of an old mine shaft. Luke and Phineas and Merriweather stood on either side, shotguns ready, pointed right at my chest.
Start talking.
Well, gentlemen, my name is Diamond.
Don't pay no import to names. What do you want?
Just wanted to ask some questions about the man you found the other day.
You a policeman?
Well, kind of.
Shoot him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not a real policeman.
Then what are you?
I'm a private detective.
Luke? Yeah.
What's the matter? It's an honest profession. Fellow's got to make a living.
You a real live private detective?
Well, I'm a private detective. The real live part I'm depending on.
Well, my goodness gracious. Come on in, have some victuals.
Huh?
Why, mister, me and Finney read all them stories about you fellas. Uh-huh. We filled up one whole tunnel with old detective magazines. You fellas really are something. Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Let's see your badge.
Oh, yeah. Sure. There you are.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, I'll be dogged. Come on in, Frank. Come on in. I'd like to ask you some questions about this here Dick Tracy fella.
Well, 1 minute I'd faced 2 shotguns. The next I was turned into an honored guest. I had coffee and biscuits with Luke and Phineas and answered enough questions about the private detective business to fill a dime novel of my own. I squeezed in enough questions to find out that the boys hadn't seen or found anything unusual when they discovered Will Baxter's body. 4 cups of coffee and a dozen biscuits later, I bid the Merriweathers a fond farewell and returned to Clay Baxter.
They loved you?
Oh, worshipped me. They're starting a Richard Diamond fan club.
Well, did you find out anything?
No.
Well, give me your hand. I'll help you up on your horse.
Oh, couldn't I just walk back? Come on, horse. Hold still. Steady, boy. Clay Baxter, sitting in his saddle, had leaned down and grabbed my hand to help me up on my horse, and that was when he got it. His horse took out with the wounded man still up and hanging on. I booted my horse in the ribs. Oh! I took off after Baxter like citation on a good day. I closed my eyes, prayed a little, and tried to remember every jockey I'd ever seen before. Suddenly, I looked up and spotted Baxter's horse dead ahead, standing still and right in my path. Whoa! Oh!
Well, I guess it's just my time. If I don't die from this bullet I got in me, I'm going to do it from laughing.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right. Bullet went clean through, just under the collarbone. Didn't break anything. How do you feel, Mr. Diamond?
Crippled.
Any idea who shot Clay?
No.
Clay said he thought it might have been the Merriweather boys.
No, it couldn't have been.
Why not?
Well, the Merriweather boys use shotguns, not rifles. What about that autopsy, Doc? Well, come on. What about it?
You was right. Will Baxter didn't die from a skull fracture.
What was it?
You don't know what was used for sure. A long, thin instrument. Whoever did it pulled the lower eyelid down, killed Will Baxter by jabbing something through the eye into his brain.
Probably hit him over the head to knock him off the horse, and then got down and made sure.
And then jabbed his horse in the flank to make him bolt.
Nasty way to kill a man.
Well, it's been done before. Not a man's way of killing.
Wilma Baxter was in town all day.
When Clay comes around, tell him I borrowed his station wagon.
Going out to see Wilma?
Going out to her ranch. I want to take another look at Will Baxter's lame horse. And, Doc, I want to borrow a pair of surgical probes. I climbed into the station wagon. Close to an hour later, pulled up on the side of the road. The gate to the ranch house was another 100 yards up ahead. So I piled out, climbed the tall white fence, and slipped into the barn. Steady, fella. Steady. Steady. The horse's left flank was still swollen and very close to a serious infection. I ran my hand over the spot. Steady, boy. There was something still stuck in the flesh, so I used the surgical probes and prayed the horse wouldn't kick my brains out. Whoa. Steady, boy. Steady. There. Sorry, fellow.
I didn't know you were a vet, Mr. Diamond.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Baxter.
You know, in this part of the country, you can get shot for horse stealing.
Oh, not stealing. Just taking this out of your horse's flank.
What is it?
That's a piece of a long needle. Might be a hat pin or something.
I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Oh, certainly. Your husband was murdered.
That's impossible.
Suit yourself, but he was. Somebody hit him over the head, knocked him from his horse, jabbed this needle into his eye, then jabbed it into the horse's flank so the horse would pull up lame, look like he'd shied. The killer tried to shoot me this evening, but he missed and got Clay Baxter instead.
And who do you think did this?
I don't know. The method doesn't fit a man.
A woman, then?
Well, the blow on the back of the head rules out a woman. Too much force.
What have you got left?
What I started with. A man. And a woman.
Very interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. You're from New York, aren't you?
I've been there.
I thought so. Your face is familiar.
I haven't been in New York in at least 10 years, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, funny. Well, I've got to go out to the Merriweathers.
Those two old miners who found my husband?
Mm-hmm. They saw the murderer.
What?
Yeah, that's why I know how it was done. I was out there earlier, and I've got to go back after a sworn statement.
Well, why didn't they speak up before this?
Afraid. Said it was none of their business. See you later, Mrs. Baxter.
Have another biscuit, Inspector.
No thanks, fellas. 10's plenty.
So Will Baxter was murdered, huh?
That's right, and Mrs. Baxter thinks you two saw who did the killing.
Gonna lay a trap, huh?
Yes, Luke, gonna lay a trap. Now, look, I remembered Mrs. Baxter from someplace the first time I saw her. Then when I found out how the murder was committed, I recalled a case very similar back in New York. Man was hit over the head, pushed down a flight of stairs, and his brain pierced by a hat pin. A man actually did it, but a woman planned it. The man was caught, but the woman disappeared.
Why'd they do it?
The victim was insured. They wanted to make it look like an accident. Well, come on, we better spread out. We should have company pretty soon. The two old-timers took off their coats and gave me some beat-up pants, which I stuffed with pillows and blankets. In 5 minutes flat, I had two dummies sitting with me at the little table.
You think they'll fall for it?
Well, you can't tell, but you two go on outside and wait until somebody comes in. I just want him to try for one of the dummies.
Well, what if he tries for you?
Killjoy. Luke and Phineas took their place outside the mine, and I smoked a dozen cigarettes, and then I heard someone coming in, moving quietly up the tunnel toward the light. I played it big. Well, that's fine, Phineas. Now, if you'll just sign this statement. I rolled, and the dummy that represented Phineas Merriweather doubled over from the force of the slug. He shot again, and Luke's dummy toppled. I kicked the lamp out before he got around to yours truly.
2 down and 1 to go, Diamond.
I'm afraid I got a big surprise for you, friend.
I ain't worried.
You should be. There wasn't even close. You're a lousy shot.
Yeah?
You missed earlier this evening and got Clay Baxter instead.
I'll make up for it.
No, you won't, Train. Drop it.
You heard him drop it. Okay, all right. Don't you?
Wait a minute. Where'll I get the light? Yeah.
Well, hey, it's that Kelly fella.
Yeah, you're getting way out of line for a ranch foreman, Kelly.
Give it to him, Mr. Diamond.
Who had you kill Will Baxter? You know, Kelly, you said something today about getting soft in the city. Wonder just how soft I've gotten.
Maybe you'd like to find out.
Turn him loose, boys.
Yes, sir.
Go on now. Go to it, Mr. Diamond.
I don't like getting shot at. It makes me real unhappy when anyone runs around killing people.
No, stop him, do it.
Shut up, Skinny, and let him fly.
Now, Kelly, why'd you kill Will Baxter?
Wilma Baxter talked me into it. Promised me a share of the range.
And for that, you killed a man, huh?
It's a big range.
Oh, get up.
Sure hate to see you leave, Mr. Diamond.
I hate to go myself, boys. Love them biscuits.
Maybe we'll get up and see you in New York sometime.
Hey, Kelly's coming, too. Doesn't like being tied to a horse like that, I guess.
Finny.
Yeah, Duke?
Fella's coming, too. Hit him with something.
Sure.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
I often think there's no common ailment quite so distressing as acid stomach, and there's certainly no relief for it quite as fast and effective as Bismarex. This famous Rexall antacid often neutralizes excess acidity within 1 minute, and the scientifically balanced ingredients of Bismarex work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Yes, Bismarex gives relief that's not only quick, but continuous and prolonged. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Hal March, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, Barton Yarborough, Wilms Herbert, and Wally Mayer. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Next week, both Groucho Marx and Bob Hope will be back on NBC.